Did you let your children know that 3 of their questions made it to the
I
question?
did. They were so pleased, Member Barry. They were like, but you know, they also love to just, any of these candidates, they love to ask them on the street too. So they were happy that their message was getting out there.
The wellness, the cafeteria, and the language access.
Language access, yeah. Thank you for that. That was great.
Great questions, by the way.
So it's like what we say, when you go closest to the source, they're the ones who really know what's happening, right?
Oh, hi, everybody.
Hey.
Hello. Hi, Matthew.
Intergalactic Matthew tonight.
I'm trying.
Hey, Fidel, how are you? I didn't see you.
Hey, Karima, how's it going?
Good.
My new sweatshirt. Like my new sweatshirt.
Nice. Nice.
I just ordered it. Just got it.
Wow. That's beautiful.
I got a lot of response too when I wear it on the street. Everyone said, people actually came up to me and said, where can they get one? You know, with COVID, it's funny because like, where do you get buttons and where do you get, you know, usually you can go into any HQ or any candidates or the coordinated campaign. It's sort of like, it's a different thing.
Karima, should we get started?
Yes. We're live. Everybody's here. I mean,
Great.
but soon.
Wonderful. Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is David Campos, and I'm calling this meeting to order, the meeting of Wednesday, August 26th of the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee. Today is an endorsement meeting, the third in a series of endorsements for the November 2020 election. So with that, I want to welcome everyone to the Democratic County Central Committee, to all of the folks that are joining us via Zoom. Thank you very much for watching and for participating in this very important process. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to our recording secretary, Secretary Lee, to call the roll.
Great, thank you, Chair. We'll go Member Baraka.
Janice, you're kind of broken, but I'm here.
I got it.
Here.
Member Barry, can you hear me all right? Okay, I'm gonna stop video and we'll talk.
Here.
Chair Campos.
Present.
Shit. Okay. Can you just hold on a second. I'm not at my home set up right now. I apologize. Chair Campos.
Present.
Hey, sorry, I'm so sorry.
Karima, can you do the rest of the roll call?
Yeah. So she was Member Campos,
Present.
Member Chen,
Present.
Member Dufty,
Present.
Member Gagliota,
Present.
Member Henny, Matt Henny. No. Member Ibanez.
Present.
Member Kim. Member Jen Kim. No. Member Lacroix. No. Member Lee. Member Lee. No. Member Loftus.
Here.
Member Lovett.
Here.
Member Mahogany. Honey.
Mahogany.
Member Mandelman.
Here by proxy.
Member Marr.
Here by proxy.
Member Moliga,
Here.
Member Morales,
Present.
Member Raju,
Here by proxy.
Member Ronan,
Here by proxy.
Member Thomas, Member Tong,
Here.
Member William. Okay.
And Member Lacroix here as well.
Member Lacroix. Okay.
Can you call the ex
Member-
officio?
Yeah. Member Feinstein,
Proxy.
Member Pelosi,
Gary, here by proxy.
Member Spear,
Here by proxy.
Member Eleni Kounalakis,
Here by proxy.
Member Marr,
Here by
Hello.
proxy.
Member Cohen,
Proxy.
Member Weiner,
Matthew Rothschild here for Scott Wiener.
Member Ting,
Proxy.
Member Chu,
Here by proxy.
Great. Thank you very much. We have a quorum. We will now move on to item number 2, which is the approval of the meeting agenda. And colleagues, you have the agenda before you. Are there any changes to the agenda? And if not, if I can get a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve agenda by.
Motion by member Ibanez. Is there a second?
Second by Member Lacroix.
And second by Vice Chair Lacroix. If we can take that without objection. Without objection, the agenda is approved. We'll now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the minutes of the meeting of June 24th, 2020. And we have the minutes before you, colleagues. I don't know if there are any changes to the minutes, but if not, if I can get a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Motion by member, who was that? Sorry.
Spear move.
Member Spear, and seconded. Is there a
Duffy.
second?
Duffy.
Second,
All right, now,
second by Dufty. If we can take that without objection.
just a quick question. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, member Loftus.
I might have missed this. The minutes that were attached were for August 5th, and we're voting on the minutes from June 24th. So did I get those June minutes before, or, and we're just, these are the finalized ones? Just want to make sure I'm voting for the right
I
minutes.
just want to make sure that we have the right dates. I think it is actually the August minutes. So I'm going to turn to our corresponding secretary, member Ibanez.
Yes, it's the August 5th meetings. I believe that on July 20, the last meeting in July, we approved the minutes of the meeting on June. So the meetings should be for August 5th meeting that we had, the special meeting.
So that was a typo in the notice. Our apologies.
I apologize.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so then just the agenda would reflect that it was August 5th. That answers my question. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for catching that. Our apologies for that. So the minutes that we're voting on and the motion and the second are for the August 5th meeting. So those are the minutes. Can we take that motion and that second without objection? Without objection. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to general public comment given the level of interest that we've had, and I'm always afraid of losing a quorum, I'm going to limit public comment to 1 minute unless there's any objection by any member. I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear from every member of the public and that we have ample time to have discussion about the items before the body. So with that, I will turn it over to our executive director. And I know that we have a process that involves our intern, so she will explain the process, exactly how it works. And if I may, to our executive director, Lynch, if you can let us know if you have any member of the Board of Supervisors that is trying to speak during public comment, unless there's an objection from my colleagues. They are in the middle of voting on the budget right now. And to the extent that any member of the board would like to address on any of the subject matter of the topics on the agenda, I want to give them priority to speak so that they have an opportunity to speak and go back to the deliberations on the city's budget. So if you can let me know that, Executive Director. So with that, I know that Supervisor Walton is on waiting to speak. So with that in mind, if you can just call the folks that are waiting.
Sure, thank you. For public comment, so just use the function raise hand. You find it at the bottom of your screen. You click on participant and you have a list of participants on your right. And at the bottom, you will find raise your hand function. So Alan here somewhere, I can find it. Alan is here. And you will hear, he's gonna be the timekeeper, and you will hear when your time is up. And I will let you know too also. So as soon as it's your turn, I will bring you up on the panelist side. You will need to turn on your microphone and your video, like this we can see you and hear you. And as soon as your time is up, I will bring you back to the attendance side, to the members of the public. So I hope it's clear. If it's not, you can always put your question in the chat. Zoe, another intern, a wonderful intern, will be able to answer your question also. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you where you are in the list, so I just want to ask you to be patient. We see you, raise your hand, you just need to be patient and we'll get to you. So for the first speaker, I will call Supervisor Walton.
Supervisor Walton and former member of this body.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much, Karima. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Karima, and thank you so much to the members of the DCCC. Good evening. I'm here to talk about Measure RR, which is a 1/8 cents sales tax that will go on the ballot this year to provide a dedicated funding source for Caltrain. Caltrain runs through San Francisco, San Mateo, and Santa Clara counties. In its history, we've never had a dedicated funding source. And so this would allow us to provide Caltrain with the resources it needs for operations and some capital projects. Currently, each member county provides a certain level of resources based on a formula that deals with ridership for Caltrain. And this would also eliminate our portion here in San Francisco, which last year was about $15.6 million to fund Caltrain operations. So what this tax will do and will provide is about $108 million in revenue every year dedicated to go to Caltrain. A couple of key, the tax has a 30-year duration. Annual audits will be conducted. A citizens advisory group will provide input on the tax. And this will save us $15.6 million a year as a city and county. And then the last thing I'll say is I know it's a regressive tax, but with the new governance proposals that we put in place by way of resolution, so we will have more equitable say as a city and county. We will also have our own attorney representing Caltrain separate from Samtrans. And so we will be able to provide decision-making.
Sorry, that is over 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Walton. We appreciate it. Thank you for your good work on this measure, to you, Supervisor Peskin, and all the other supervisors who worked on this. Karima, next speaker.
Next speaker, we have Supervisor Peskin.
Supervisor Peskin.
Sorry, my computer just timed out for a second. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hear you.
All right, Chair Campos, to the members of the DCCC, I just want to join not only with Commissioner Walton, who's a commissioner on the Caltrain Joint Powers Board, and a commissioner of the County Transportation Authority and a member of the Board of Supervisors. But with his colleagues, with our colleagues in Santa Clara County, who joined together, I want to really appreciate Supervisor Chavez from Santa Clara County and Mayor Ricardo from San Jose, who joined with San Francisco to achieve for the first time since 1991 what is truly shared representational governance for Caltrain. And if there are two counties that are going to make sure that an equity lens is used for Caltrain, it would be Santa Clara and San Francisco. San Mateo came a little late to the party, but I want to salute them too. This is a profound change that will decongest the 101 corridor, that will deliver people equitably. And I share Commissioner Supervisor Walton's concerns, and rightfully so, about a regressive tax. But if there ever were a appropriate regressive tax, this would be it.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Appreciate again the work that you and Supervisor Walton have done on this. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for protecting the interests of the city. Next speaker, Karima.
So we have first speaker, we have Kenyatta Scott, the second Abdullah Jabbar. After that, we have Ann Dudley, Nicholas, and Kristen Randolph. So the first one is Scott. Hello.
Hello, doing a test check. Can you hear and see me?
We can hear and see you.
Okay, starting the clock. Thank you, Chair Campos and the rest of the members of the DCC. Kenyatta Scott, I'm representing kind of Sunset in San Francisco. I teach at Abraham Lincoln High School. So we're getting busy with distance learning. So this is all regular to me right now. My topic is today, I want to talk to you about candidate Alan Wong, who's a personal friend. I've known Alan since he was a young buck walking the halls of Lincoln, rabble rousing down and creating controversy at our district office, all in support of the kids and those that need to be fought for. And I want to endorse that candidacy with his, his service, his leadership, and integrity. He's also sharing the ballot with Chanel Williams, Tom Temprano, and Han Zhao. And thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, Abdullah Jabbar, and please, Ann Dudley, get ready just after.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good evening. Yeah, I am speaking in support of Alia Chishti. And my reason for supporting her is that I have been with the college for over half a century, and I have seen some outstanding trustees. And I would place Alia among the very best for these reasons. Number one, we need some trust building among the four components that run our college. Unfortunately, we don't have that, and it is creating a huge problem. So Alia will be able to help us because she believes in 100% transparency. Secondly, she has a master's degree in education policy. She already has shown her skills by working as a legislative aide, how to use her knowledge. And she will be able to help us
Time's up, Abdullah. Thank you.
To do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Anne. And please get ready, Nicholas. Anne, can you hear us, see us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Hi, I'm Anne, and I'm here to support the endorsement of Kevin Bogus for school board. Very excited to support this candidate. And as somebody who was born and raised in San Francisco, an SFUSD grad, mom of two, social worker, I feel like Kevin's exactly who SFUSD needs on the board. He is from San Francisco. He's gone to City College. And he's worked for over 10 years or almost 10 years at Coleman Advocates for Children and Youth as the education policy director. So it's a very exciting candidate, and I hope you guys will join in endorsing.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Nicholas. Please, Christine Randolph, get ready. Nicholas, can you hear us?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Nick Freilich, and I'm calling on behalf of Jeanette Quick, who's running for City College Board. I've known Jeanette for over a decade and a half. We met in law school, where she impressed me right away with her commitment to justice and helping those less privileged, both as a volunteer with the Innocence Project and her political activism outside of school. Jeanette is also a lifelong student. Not only does she regularly enroll in San Francisco community college classes every term, but she voraciously studies any and every subject that interests her. She loves community college and has constructed a platform that will help it thrive for decades to come, including advocacy for more diverse student body and faculty, putting an end to slashing of classes and teachers' jobs, and creating a workforce pipeline between City College and the private sector. She's also an expert in finance and the law, having served in the US Senate and the private sector as in-house counsel. And she's one of my closest friends and has the heart of a true civil servant and would be an outstanding addition to the community college board. So I hope that you can get behind her and endorse her. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicholas. Next speaker, Christine, and please get ready, Eddie Zhang. Christine, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, evening, members of the DCCC. My name is Christine Randolph, and I'm co-president of San Francisco Women's Political Committee. And I wanted to share with you our support for the following candidates for City College Board and Board of Education. Our club is enthusiastically endorsed Alan Wong, Chanel Williams, Tom Taprano, and Alia Chisti. For Board of Education, our club has endorsed Alida Fisher, Kevin Boges, Michelle Parker, and Jenny Lamb. And we've also, as a club, endorsed Proposition RR, and we encourage this body to also support these candidates and measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Eddie Zhang next. Then on the list, we have Jeremy Lee, Monica Phillips, Ellison Falk, and Paul Collins.
Happy New Breath, everyone. My name is Eddie Zhang.
Hello.
I'm the president and founder of the New Breath Foundation. I also serve on the board of Chinese for Affirmative Action. And that's where I got to know Jenny Lam, who is running for re-election on the San Francisco Unified School District Board. And I also knew Jenny through our family association in San Francisco. And so she's definitely a part of our community. And I feel that she's definitely qualified with her experiences, and her priority is focused on student first and making sure the language access is a right, and making sure that we have the technology for young people, especially during this COVID crisis, as we look at on the virtual learning, and making sure the students and their families' mental health are priorities as they engage their learning. So thank you very much for supporting Jenny Lam from the school board, alongside with many other qualified candidates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie. Next speaker, Jeremy Lee. Please, Monica Phillips, get ready. You next. Jeremy, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Good evening, Chair Campos and members of the DCCC. My name is Jeremy Lee, Vice President of the Rose Pack Democratic Club. I'd like to express our support for our endorsed candidates for school board, as well as City College. For school board, we have endorsed Jenny Lam, Kevin Boges, Mark Sanchez, and Matt Alexander. For City College, we have endorsed Alan Wong, Chanel Williams, Tom Temprano, and Hanzo. We believe these are the strongest candidates that will fight for marginalized communities, advance social justice, and ensure equitable learning opportunities for students across San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Monica Phyllis. Please listen, folks. Get ready, you next. Monica? Can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I had to, the technology switched. Hi, my name is Monica Phillips. I'm here to endorse Jeanette Quick for City College Board. I know her as a leader for equity in the legal industry, and I think that she would be outstanding for this role because the board needs an independent trustee with financial management experience who will create more workforce opportunities for diverse students.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Next speaker, Ellison Fox. And then just after we have Paul Collins. Can you hear us? Hello? Ellison? So I'm gonna bring up Paul Collins and you're gonna stay with us on the panelist side and you will be just after Paul. Oh, you good.
Hi,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
used to doing this on an iPad. So I'm here to support the endorsement of Matt Alexander for the Board of Education. I'm an environmental lawyer in the city, and I've known Matt for 10 years, dating back to when our kids were in school together in the San Francisco public schools. And he's everything you want in a member of the Board of Education. His kids went to public school in San Francisco. He was a teacher in the public schools. He was a founding principal at Jude and Jordan School for Equity. And he's thoroughly committed to public education. But beyond that, he also understands what it takes to make education engaging and equitable for all of the children in San Francisco. And I really think that as a progressive city, it's important that we have members of the Board of Education who represent our values. So I strongly endorse Matt and hope that the DCCC will do so as well. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Paul, and please get ready, Kate Burrick, and then Jeffrey Rigo, Matthews Reddy, Alida Fisher, and Leslie Seaman. Paul, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Paul Collins. Thank you all for your service. I'm also here to support Matt Alexander's candidacy for school board and hope you do endorse him. I've known him for 15 years. I'm a nonprofit professional for the past 15 years and also was on the SF Ed Fund board for 6 years. Matt's totally about equity, student empowerment, and leveraging community. He ran a great school at June Jordan, and we worked with them for several years. When there was a shooting at June Jordan about 4 years ago, he created a district-wide anti-violence conference that was student-led. I also saw his pain and his compassion and his leadership during that time. He has leveraged resources from the community. He has been terrific with AbRoll and Deloitte. We ran an impact day there. They loved working with him. It was easy to let them be with him. And when he was working with me at College Summit, when I was doing the college access work, he really checked us, checked our data, made sure we were gonna be there for his kids. He was a tremendous leader. He's a good man, and hope you endorse him. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Kes Burrick, and please, Jeffrey, get ready just after. Can you hear us? Hello?
Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good evening. I'm sorry. I'm a techno peasant.
Oh, good.
Hi, my name is Kathy Burek. I'm a City College faculty member and also a member of our faculty union, AFT 2121. And I'm here to speak in strong support of Anita Martinez for our City College Board of Trustees. Anita's been endorsed by our faculty union because she believes that all San Francisco communities should be served by our community college and not be shrunk into a junior college modeled after the failed 2-year schools that tightly narrow the scope of education. Our college needs Anita on the board because she highly values education for everyone. She supports lifelong learning, civic engagement, and cultural enrichment aspects of education that some see as unessential, but are actually more essential than ever as we heal from COVID. She's also been a teacher. She's been president of the faculty union, and she has been an administrator. No one knows the school better than Anita, and I hope you'll consider her. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jeffrey. Please, Matthew, get ready. You're next. Jeffrey?
Hello,
Yeah, we can hear you.
you can hear me okay. Sorry, technology. Good evening, my name is Jeff Rigo. My comments are for Alan Wong for College Board. I met Alan 2 years ago while volunteering for now Supervisor Gordon Marr, along with a lot of the other people I see on this call. Since then, I've gotten to know Alan quite well while working as a volunteer in the D4 office, including assisting him signing up students for City College Sunset, which he spearheaded. I've been very impressed with Alan's knowledge of City College during House meetings and debates, and have witnessed firsthand his passion and commitment to ensuring it continued to serve the diverse community that depend on it for learning and fulfillment, including himself and his parents. Alan has my enthusiastic endorsement for College Board and will have my vote, as will the other members of his slate, Tom Temprano, Chanel Williams, and Hanzo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Matthew. Please, Alida, get ready. You're next.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to also offer my recommendation that the committee support Matt Alexander's bid for Board of Ed for San Francisco Unified. In addition to all of the powerful testimonials you've already heard about his social justice lens and his legacy of work in the community, I believe that Matt has a deep understanding of the operational and managerial functionings that will be able to take his vision and make it effective leadership for our district. I've been working for San Francisco Unified for 25 years, and I look very much forward to having him join the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Alida Fisher. And please, Leslie Simon, get ready. You're next. Hey, Alida, we can see you and hear you, I think.
Okay, great. So I'm going to first invoke my presidential privilege as the president of the SF District 11 Democratic Club. So thank you all for what's going to be a very long meeting. I appreciate all that you're doing here. And I want to say I'll be here all night. I'll make myself available on behalf of the District 11 Democratic Club. And we respectfully request your support in our rechartering petition tonight. As you all know, we're a small but mighty club on the south side of town. We're very engaged in our community, and we take our engagement, outreach, and voter education mandates seriously. Any questions we'd be happy to answer. And we invite you all to attend our upcoming September 12th town hall to learn more about candidates in District 11 and participate with us as we inform and engage our local voters. So now switching and putting on my other hat, would now be time to start my 1 minute. Okay. So I'm also,
thank you.
I'm also running for SF Board of Education, and I'm running because I'm a former foster parent and now adoptive parent. And in the past 15 years, my kids have attended 7 different schools. I've been an active parent at each one, but it's my journey into identifying their special needs and learning differences that really turned me into an advocate. I'm a mechanical engineer by degree, but have changed careers and become a special education advocate. Day after day, meeting after meeting, I see how our district leaves behind students who think and learn differently. I'm a collaborative partner who works to improve outcomes and in some cases hold the district accountable when we're not providing the supports and services our kids need. I've seen the disparities in outcomes for students depending on race, ethnicity, home language, socioeconomic status. I know all of our students are capable scholars, So when we're seeing the gaps, we really need to reflect on problems with our systems rather than blaming our students. We need more supports in our schools, from reading interventions to mental health support. So I'm ready to put inclusion in front and make that the backbone of all of our policies. And I will develop budgets and prioritize our students that need help in improving their outcomes and put supports and services in place to help everyone reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Alida. Next speaker, Leslie Seaman. Please get ready. Next, Suni Agulo, Victor Olivieri, Wendy Aragon, and Ellen.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Leslie Simon. I am CCSF faculty and former chair of Women's and Gender Studies Department. I'm speaking in support of Anita Martinez. I know Anita as a beloved ESL instructor, highly respected administrator, and statewide community college academic senate officer. She knows how to run City College, and she can advocate for the college in Sacramento. From her days as a student striker at San Francisco State University to her service as the City College Faculty Union's only woman of color president, she is committed to civil rights, workers' rights, gender rights. A collaborative leader and a problem solver, she knows how to recruit an honest and capable permanent chancellor who will be accountable to the Board of Trustees. No more unnecessary travel or expensive consultant contracts. Instead, investment in fixes to a broken registration system, support for a robust counseling department, guidance toward a harmonious work environment. Please support Anita Martinez. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sunny. Please, Victor, get ready. You next.
Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Sunny Angulo, and I am calling on my personal phone from my place of work. And I'm calling just to give my heartfelt support for Kevin Bojas for school board. He is someone that I've had the opportunity to work with very closely on youth and family issues over the last decade that he's been in the community doing the work that a lot of times those of us that are in politics and in government often take credit for, but community organizers are the ones out there doing that work. And given everything that is going on right now with the really just tragic failure of our federal government and our state and even our locality here in San Francisco to serve and put our kids first in these conversations around distance learning, around hubs, around all of it, we really need someone that is going to get in there and fight. And Kevin is that person. And I just really want to thank him for all of the work that he's been doing.
Thank you. Next speaker, Victor Olivieri. Please get ready, Wendy Aragon. We can
Hi,
see you.
my name is Victor Olivieri, and I'm here to speak out about City College. 2 years I stood in front of this elected body, and I gave warning to the dangerous misuse of funds and the heavy deficit spending that had been going on for years at City College. The college went on to rack up about a $31.5 million deficit, which is about 15% of their total budget, and hundreds of classes and faculty were cut. The same thing happened last year. The students, the ESL students, the adult learners, the faculty, they have all protested. And now we're looking at more class cuts this academic year. Over 50% of students right now can't get the classes they need. And at the current pace, the college will probably have to close its doors in the next 2 to 4 years. Tens of thousands of students, faculty, and staff will be left out in the cold. So I'm asking you to please put politics aside and put the students first. I'm asking you to please endorse the candidates with professional experience in higher education administration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Wendy. Please, Ellen, get ready. You just after Wendy.
Hi, everybody. I'm Wendy Aragon. I am the president of Richmond District Democratic Club, and I will be invoking my presidential privilege tonight. We are on the agenda to be rechartered. We are a club that has served our neighborhood for over 30 years. Every elected supervisor for the past 3 terms has come from our club. We are out there registering voters, getting out the vote, having policy discussions, and we give a voice to the people in our neighborhood who sometimes are often seen as the suburbs of San Francisco when we really are part of the city. So I'm asking members to vote to recharter our club tonight and keep our legacy going so that we can keep doing the great work out here on the west side. I also want to let you know that we made our board recommendations last night. We're still working out College Board, but we did vote to recommend Kevin Bogus, Matt Alexander, Alita Fisher, and Mark Sanchez. And that was overwhelming. They stood out among all of the candidates to be the most compassionate and caring and committed to equity, especially serving our students and our most vulnerable populations. On a personal note, I'm gonna step back from the club because we have made our endorsement for College Board. I do want to say that I've talked to all the candidates. You know, there's a lot of great candidates. I really think a standout candidate is Alia Chisti. And so for my personal endorsement, she has that. You know that I care about this. You know, a lot of you know I care about the college. I ran for this position before. And so, you know, do not overlook her. She is phenomenal and she has such amazing policy experience in education that would be so beneficial to that board. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was on mute. Next speaker, we have Ellen. Please get ready, Yera and Jennifer, you next. Can you hear us?
Oh, sorry.
You got
I am calling to support the endorsement of Jeanette Quick for City College Board. I've known her for nearly 15 years, and she's always been a strong advocate for and supporter of higher education. And she has the necessary significant financial management experience this role needs. She will help create a workforce pipeline with the private sector locally, and she will be a great leader for City College. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Yera, and just after Jennifer.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erican. I am the founder of art activism group CCSF Collective. I'm also a representative in the group SFDCCC, the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee, and a fellow in the Prop 16 Affirmative Action Campaign. I'm speaking on behalf of Anita Martinez. She has been attending protests alongside the collective since January and has a track record of fighting for equity and ethnic studies, something I, as an Asian American, am passionate about. Anita believes in the power of grassroots organizing, being vocal about systemic racism, and collaborating with as many people as she can to ensure that our community is not only protected, but also prospers. Her actions reflect what student organizers have been doing on the ground. Anita has widespread support from City College community. The mismanagement of City College is undeniable. Anita Martinez will foster, not jeopardize, our education, because this is our livelihood too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Jennifer, and just after, please, Julie, sorry, get ready. Hi.
Greetings. My name is Jennifer Bean, and I'm speaking on behalf of Anita Martinez. I worked 34 years in many roles as an administrator and instructor at City College of San Francisco. I'm honored to speak in support of Anita Martinez for the Board of Trustees. She is one of the most collaborative leaders I know. In 1990, I worked closely with Anita when she was Vice Chancellor of Instruction. She took the lead in revisioning and reorganizing the college, bringing the non-credit campuses together with the main credit campus. This major change allowed faculty to articulate effectively and students to matriculate easily from non-credit to credit. I appreciate her extraordinary listening skills and ability to organize large groups of people to reach a challenging goal. When Anita was Dean of Student Services and I was Dean of Student Activities, we served on the Women's Leadership Task Force, where students, staff, faculty, and administrators worked together to organize one of the first in the state teach-in for a sexual harassment-free campus. We need her vision, integrity, and collaborative spirit.
Sorry, bye. Next speaker, Julie, and just after Winston, please get ready. Julie?
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, my name is Julie Roberts-Fung, and I'm advocating tonight for several school board candidates: Kevin Bogus, Mark Sanchez, Alita Fisher, and Matt Alexander. All these candidates have a lifetime's experience working for racial justice and advocating for youth and families, and I think they'd be excellent school board members. Kevin Bogus and Coleman Advocates are who many of us set our racial justice compass to, and Mark Sanchez has consistently stood by community on the school board. Alita Fisher has shown her commitment to working for special ed families and has been a part of the Special Ed CAC and the African American PAC working together intersectionally over the last several years. Reluctantly, given Commissioner Land's reversal of her vote on the racist Washington mural and endorsements of Scott Wiener and Marjan Fillmore, I'm not able to recommend her for endorsements at this time. Instead, I recommend endorsement for Matt Alexander, whose work with Faith in Action and June Jordan show a commitment to community and racial justice. Finally, I'd also like to support the candidacy of Alan Wong for City College Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Winston, and please get ready, Howard Young. Hello?
Good evening, DCCC members. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Winston Parsons. I'm Vice President of the Richmond District Democratic Club, asking two requests of you tonight. First, as you're aware, our club is up for rechartering this evening, and you heard from our president, Wendy Aragon, earlier about the great work that we do, that we've been doing for decades, that is extremely important now more than ever, especially amidst a pandemic where it's harder than ever to reach voters. And so we again ask that you recharter our organization. I'm also asking that you support our college or school board members that we have endorsed as a board. And those are Matt Alexander, Kevin Bogus, Alita Fisher, and Mark Sanchez. Thank you for all your time and the work that you do, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Howard, and please get ready, Amy Anderson. Howard. Hello? Can you activate your microphone? I'm just asking you right now. I just put a request. I think we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes,
Hello.
we can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
I'm Howard Wong. I'm president of District 3 Democratic Club, and I'm here to speak on behalf of our rechartering petition. E3DC is one of the oldest Democratic clubs in San Francisco. We started in 1999, shortly after Prop G in 1996, which established the 11 supervisorial districts. We've been proud to have some of the most active political stalwarts in the city, including people like Kay Burke, who single-handedly registered thousands of new Democrats to our city. We have held mayoral debates, supervisorial debates. We once held a huge forum with Nancy Pelosi. We were early supporters of Senator Barbara Boxer, and she gives us a lot of credit for her early candidacy. Jeff Adachi, before his death, came to our meeting and said he was proud to have D3DC endorse him as the first Democratic club to do so. So we have had a long history and lineage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Amy Anderson. Then please on the list, we have Brandy Markman, we have Lily Wong, Ken Trey, and Jordan Davis. Hi, Amy.
Hi. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to really echo a lot of what Julie Roberts has already said. I wish I had gone right after her so I could just say ditto. But I endorse the same candidates, and I do really want to say that Alita is going to fight for and show up all the time for equity in on our school board. And so I fully back her. And I do want to say that I do not at this time endorse Jenny Lamb because of the way that she flipped her vote from supporting the painting over of the Washington murals that are extremely painful and traumatic and racist. And if we're going to be anti-racist educators in San Francisco, then we need to make sure that we don't change our mind after we've taken a stand for something. But I know Alita is going to make a really strong stand for all students who are marginalized, especially for students who are African-American and students who are receiving special education services.
Thank you, Amy. Next speaker, we have Brandy, and please get ready, Lily Wong. We can hear you, I think. Go ahead.
Hey, hi everyone. My name is Brandy Markman. I'm an SFDCCC parent. Similar to the two previous people, I'm encouraging you to support Alita Fisher, Kevin Bogus, Matt Alexander, and Mark Sanchez, especially encouraging support for Alita Fisher for school board. We have an amazing school board. Don't get me wrong, I love our school board, but what our board lacks is someone like Alita who has in-depth knowledge of the needs of children with disabilities who are often completely invisible in our political spheres in San Francisco. Alita comes to every school board meeting and stays until the end. And right now, during the pandemic, when so many of our children with disabilities are not getting the services they need, San Francisco can ill afford to pass up the opportunity to have Alita on the school board. She's been endorsed by Nancy Pelosi and also Jackie Fielder. I also support, I cannot support for the reasons Julie and Amy mentioned, Jenny Lamb, and neither can I support Michelle Parker because her acceptance of campaign contributions from the Police Officers Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Lily Wong, Ken Trey, and Jordan Davis. Lily, can you hear us? Ah, we can see you.
Yes, just trying to see if you can see me. Sorry, I'm not on the best side of town. So good evening. My name is Lily Wong, and I know many of you from organizing in various issues, many campaigns, including your own, and from just community work as a whole, right? So I'm here tonight in my role as the president of the Coleman Action Fund to urge each and every one of you to endorse the CAF candidates for school board, specifically Kevin Bogus, Matt Alexander, Mark Sanchez, and Jenny Lamb. Coleman Action Fund, if you don't know us, we work to uplift the voice of working class people of color, and we know that these 4 candidates are going to be the best to represent our community, and these are the same 4 candidates that UESF has endorsed. I recognize that as a political body, that there's a number of things that you guys consider when you guys are thinking of your votes. I urge you to consider all the work that each of these candidates has done in our communities of color. On a personal note, I especially want to urge you to vote for Jenny Lamb and Kevin Bogus for school board. And of course, I'm only here for school.
Thank you, Lily. Next speaker, Ken Trey, and please, Jordan Davis, get ready. You next. We can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
Everybody, I'm Ken Trey. I'm a retired SFUSD social studies teacher and longtime former member of the UASF executive board, and I'm speaking for the teachers and paraeducators of San Francisco. So we certainly urge everyone on the committee to endorse our 4 candidates, Jenny Lamb, Mark Sanchez, Kevin Bogus, and Matt Alexander. But tonight I want to speak specifically about the 2 newcomers on the political landscape. I think Jenny Land's work with Chinese for Affirmative Action and Mark Sanchez, long career as a teacher, principal, and on the school board speak for themselves. Kevin Boges has been one of the driving forces creating Close the Gap Coalition, which brings educators and community education activists together to address the issues of equity for all of our students. He has an intimate knowledge of our schools and the kids in the classroom struggling to succeed. Matt Alexander, I first met maybe. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jordan Davis. Then we have Susan Pfeiffer, C. Nicole Taylor, Jess Nguyen, Kimberly Davaglion. Jordan, I think we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
And see you, yes.
Yeah, I'm glad. So Jordan Davis here, she, her, and I just want to lend my support to three great school board candidates for equity: Mark Sanchez, Kevin Boges, and Alita Fisher is someone who is special ed. I can resonate that. Also for College Board, I need four great equity advocates: Chanel Williams, Aaliyah Chisty, Nita Martinez, and Hanzo. And of course, the big no on RR, because I cannot support regressive taxes like that. And honestly, if Oregon can get rid of the sales tax, it doesn't have to rely on sales tax, neither should Caltrain. So thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you, Jordan. Next speaker, Susan Pfeiffer, and please see Nicole Taylor. Get ready.
There we go. Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, it took me a minute. Hi, Susan Pfeiffer here. I'll try to keep this as short as I can. I'm probably going to bookend Peter Galato's report later tonight. Wanted to talk about Vote Blue SF. We have restarted what was Red to Blue SF in 2018, only now it's a virtual event or headquarters, and it's a clearinghouse for phone banks, text banks, and events for the Democratic Party and to take back the country this year. I want to thank Democracy Action and the California Democratic Party for help in setting up events and helping to train groups. We want to invite as many clubs and groups to post their events as possible. And it's a place where you can find a phone bank or a text bank, if something to get involved. We are doing the coordinated campaigns for the Joe Biden campaign, which include the Senate races, and also supporting California congressional races, PA 10 and 12. This year, this election may be won on the phones and by texting. So I'm encouraging you to sign up to Vote Blue SF and find something to get involved with or post your event. And also thank you from Team Pelosi. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next speaker, we have C. Nicole Taylor, Jess Nguyen, Kimberly, and just after Mary.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Callan Taylor, and I have worked for the school district for 20 years, and I'm a parent of 3 SFUSD children, and I am here to hope that you guys will endorse Matt Alexander. Rarely in my experience have I had an administrator, either as a parent or for someone I've worked with, who I felt like has actually listened to parents, have listened to teachers, listened to paras, and just listen to the staff. And that's, to me, the number one thing about Matt. He listens to us. He wants to work for the people that he is going to serve. I also know him through Faith in Action. And not only does he believe in the children of San Francisco, but he has also fought for the grandparents to stop their evictions in the city. And so I feel like he cares for the whole family. And so I would love to see this group endorse a truly wonderful and kind person that will listen and represent us as teachers and us as parents and our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jess Nguyen, Kim, and just after we have Kimberly, then Mary, then Eric, John, and Jenny Lam. Jess, can you?
Hello, can you hear me or
Yeah.
see me? Oh,
Yep.
okay, great. Hi, I'm Jess Nguyen. I'm a student organizer and appointed representative for the Facilities Committee. I am using my time to speak for Anita Martinez for College Board. Anita has 40 years of experience in public education. We know City College is still struggling to recover from its financial collapse. The board's top priority should have been financial governance. The board members running for re-election gave a $350,000 golden parachute to our failed chancellor. Our current board failed to hire a budget analyst or financial controller for the entire 2019-2020 school year. Anita's experience is desperately needed on the Board of Trustees. She served in 3 different institution budgetary leadership roles. Anita will stand up for the most marginalized and economically disadvantaged students at City College, including immigrants, Black and Brown students, and low-income seniors. You each have 4 votes for College Board. Your first vote should be for Anita Martinez because she is the most qualified. If you want to vote for political staffers, please use your remaining votes to do so, but start by servicing the community this college represents.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Next speaker, we have Kimberly, then Eric. Get ready. Kimberly? Oh, yes, we can see you, I think, but we cannot hear you. Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're good.
Hey, David. Hi, members of the DCCC. Hi, how is everybody? So I am here tonight. Thank you for hearing the testimony. I'm talking tonight about 4 important resolutions that are before you this evening. Co-authored by David and I think AJ and a number of other folks tonight. 8, 10, 11, and 12. 1 is for a fair budget, as you can see from my background, demanding no layoffs, et cetera, et cetera. The other one is regarding the workers at Candlestick. As you know, the billionaire agency that is the Giants are laying off over 500 people. That is a travesty. We need to stand up for working families now more than ever. Very important that you vote yes on that. The other things that we're also working on are the resolution fair budget and the Uber workers, and letting people know, please vote yes on these resolutions. They're really critical. The war on working people has gotten so much worse. You know, people vote with corporations all the time, and these are solid resolutions that the Labor Council is in full support of. Please make sure you vote yes on those. Thank you so much for your time and your hard work. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Next speaker, Eric. Then we have, please get ready, John Ammon, Jenny Lam, Trend, Bigelow, Carla Carivo.
Hi, folks. My name is Eric Guthertz, and I know some of you. I am native of San Francisco and a longtime San Francisco Unified a district teacher and leader, principal, and now a coach. And I have been a partner and friend and colleague and ally and co-conspirator with Matt Alexander for well over a decade. He's an amazing individual, and I'm just here to endorse his candidacy for Board of Education. As a social justice-minded, anti-racist leader for schools, he's done amazing work at June Jordan for many years. And in his role as a community organizer, he has always focused on supporting and serving the least served students in our community, including our immigrant community. He literally helped Mission High School to support a student getting out of the clutches of ICE just a couple of years ago. In addition to that, he's an absolute champion for the city of San Francisco. His deep love for the city And in this crisis, both the pandemic
Well,
and the anti-racist crisis, Matt Alexander is the person
Thank
for.
you, Eric. The time is up. Next speaker, Mary. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier, Mary. Please forgive me. And just after we have John Ammon. Mary? Yes, we can see you, but you have to activate your microphone. I'm asking you right now.
Can you hear me?
Good, yeah, you good.
Hi, my name is Maria. I'm an Indigenous parent. I'm born and raised in the city on the lands, unceded lands of the Ramaytush Ohlone. I live in the Ohlone village of Yamalu. I also have worked in SFUSD as an educator. I've worked at different high schools around. I come here to you before today just as a parent who's really concerned about our school district and the future of our school district. I've worked on school board campaigns for over 20 years since I have been a teen in the city. So I am personally endorsing Mark Sanchez. I'm endorsing Alita Fisher. I'm endorsing Kevin Bogus. I'm endorsing Matt Alexander. The reason why I'm endorsing these 4 candidates is because they have shown time and time again through the course of history that they show up for people. The people who I'm not endorsing, I want to urge you all to not endorse people who've taken POA money, Police Officer Association money, like Michelle Parker did in 2018. Please don't endorse anyone who takes POA money. That's very important. We just got copies.
Time's
Let's
up.
not anybody who's influenced by the POA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next speaker, we have John Ammon. Please, Janie Lamb, get ready. You just next.
Hi guys, I'm John Hammond, and I'm representing the Richmond Democratic Club. Just to let you guys know. So we are up for rechartering tonight, and I was hoping that you guys would recharter us tonight, because I am one of the disabled people that's on the club. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Next speaker, we have Janie Lamb, then Trend. I'm not gonna say your last name. I'm too afraid to misspell this. Can you hear us, Jenny? We can see you.
Commissioner Lamb. Oh, there you go.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Jenny Lamb, San Francisco School Board member. During my time on the school board, I've led with equity and compassion, keeping our students at the center of my decisions and govern the school district to be more responsive and accountable to our students and our families. I've devoted my life to community work. My track record of accomplishments in education and social justice has consistently prioritized the needs of students, especially Black and Brown and immigrant communities. And I am running for re-election to the school board because I want to continue the systemic change work, from leading efforts and passing critical policies, including equity studies, Black Lives Matters, to safe, supportive schools, including eliminating police officers on school campuses, increase mental health services where young people are leading and designing and balancing a budget that keeps funding at school sites where they are most needed, stabilizing resources, services, and instruction for students while fulfilling our commitments to our educators and staff. I am proud to be endorsed by Speaker Pelosi, the majority of Board of Supervisors, and very many more. And again, I hope that is a testament and reflection of my 2 decades of working in the community. Thank you for your consideration.
Now we have Trend, and we have just after Carla Garivo, and yeah.
Yes, hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Trent Bigelow. First off, I would like to thank all of you for your service and advocacy for every member of our community. Regarding the City College Board tonight, the college deserves an independent trustee with deep financial management experience to keep the college open and relevant for everyone. With that in mind, I encourage the endorsement of Jeanette Quick for City College Board, as she will bring that experience, the expertise, the energy, and the ideas that we need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have just after Carla Carivo, then please get ready, Susan Salomo. and Brendan and Michael Rupe and Michael, and again, and Michael Snyder. Carla, can you hear us?
I can. Chair Campos and members, I am so honored to be here today to support Jeanette Quick and her bid for the City College Board. City College needs an independent trustee with the deep financial expertise that Jeanette brings to the table. I've known her personally and professionally for years, and she is the most respected person that I know, both in her community and professionally, for not only financial solutions, like finding financial solutions that work, but also for her advocacy for diversity.
Thank you, Carla. Next, we have Susan Solomon.
Susan Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
Susan is the president of United Educators of San Francisco. Madam President, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Good evening. I urge this body to endorse the 4 wonderful Board of Education candidates endorsed by the teachers and other educators of UESF during the first round of voting in our process. First, Kevin Bogus, a longtime ally in our Close the Gap Coalition, our Education Justice Coalition, co-founded by Coleman, UESF, and other organizations and unions. Matt Alexander, longtime educator, advocate for our most underserved youth, and a former UESF Executive Board member. Jenny Lamb, parent, strong public school advocate, and longtime community organizer with Chinese for Affirmative Action. And then Mark Sanchez, a longtime teacher, then principal, and then a teacher, and an ally, strong ally in UESF's fight for affordable housing in San Francisco for our members. And I want to say that this diverse group of candidates together have a social justice, anti-racist, pro-student, pro-educator, pro-women perspective. Thank you very much.
Susan. Next speaker, we have Brendan, Michael, then Michael Rupert, Michael Snyder, Richard Raya. Can you hear us, Brendan?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little bit
Awesome.
up and down, but you're good. Yeah, good. Thank you.
There we go. So, sorry. Hi. Look, it is no secret that our city is in crisis, and I believe that we need public servants of exceptional quality if we are going to build back better and get through to the other side of this, which is why I am here to implore this body to endorse Chanel Williams, Tom Temprano, Han Zhao, and Alan Wong. I've had the pleasure of working with all 4 of them in various capacities in my time in politics. And not only that, I have the privilege of calling them my friends, in the case of Tom Temprano, for over a decade. And you cannot ask for 4 more talented, more compassionate, or hardworking people. And we would be lucky to have them in our elected office. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Rupert, then please get ready. Michael Snyder, Richard Raya, and Brian Dele.
Hello, good evening, Chair Campos and members of the DCCC. Hello, everyone. Tonight, I will be speaking in support of Anita Martinez for the CCSF Board of Trustees. From 2000 to roughly 2010, I served as a peer educator through Project Survive. I was very impressed that Anita served as a representative on the advisory committee to secure funding and continuity of the program. The program, it does rape and domestic violence prevention outreach to students on campus and is a valuable asset. And so I will hope that you'll consider her and endorse her this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Michael.
Next, we have Michael. And after we have Richard, Brian, and please moderate, get ready. Michael, we can hear you.
Yes. Hi, my name is Michael Snyder, and I'm a classified employee at City College of San Francisco and a leader in the SAIU Local 10-1 chapter. I'm speaking in support of Chanel Williams, Tom Temprano, Hanzal, and Alan Wong for City College Board. These candidates are the 4 endorsed candidates of SEIU Local 10-1 and will be strong advocates for City College workers and students. We hope that the Democratic Party will join SEIU 10-1 in endorsing these 4. And I wanted to wish Chanel a happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Chanel. Thank you. So next speaker, we have Richard Raya. Then please get ready, Brian, Marjorie, and Dana. Hi.
Hello there. Good evening, everyone. My name is Richard Raya. I'm here to support Jenny Lamb for school board. I'm the director of Mission Promise Neighborhood, a collective of 15 agencies serving 9 public schools and more than 5,000 students in the Mission District. Our work is more important than ever during COVID as we help families with emergency income relief, housing assistance, food security, and distance learning. Commissioner Jenny Lamb has been a strong partner, ensuring that the district is responsive to community needs and that community voice drives district policy, especially in the area of using data to help close racial disparities. Jenny has met the moment. Although my agency cannot endorse candidates, I'm here to personally support Jenny's candidacy to continue her great and timely work on the school board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Brian. Then please get ready, Marjorie Bland, Dana Wagner, and Amira Bagger. Brian?
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
we can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I am Brian Daly, the former student trustee of the city board, former student activist with Students Making a Change, and current task force member with the governor's Higher Education Recovery with Equity Task Force. I'm here to voice my support for candidate Alia Chesti. I have personally worked with her in my time as the student trustee. In the past summer, when our students were hit with the COVID crisis, Alia used her position and her connections to help SMAC deliver a nearly $300,000 worth of grants to students at City College. I'm also here to support the 2 incumbents running, as well as Kevin Bogus running for the school board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Marjorie Bland. Then please get ready, Dana Wagner.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hi. How are you? My name is Marjorie Bland. I am a student leader at Student Making a Change, and I'm also a CCSF student. I also have 2 kids that go to the school district in San Francisco, and I live in District 12. I'm not here as a representative of any politics or program organization or lobby by anyone. I'm here in support to endorse Alia Chesti as a City Board of Trustees. She has helped direct student services. She has talked about changing systemic barriers in our system. She has equity focus. She has educator background, and she has worked, and she will use her power in the city to help our students of color, especially during this harsh time. As a student that's been directly impacted by the policy of the Board of Trustees, I understand how important this role is, and because of that, I am endorsing her. I'm also endorsing Jenny Lamb for the school board and Kevin Bogus to make sure our school district has the necessary tools for our kids. I have 2 boys that go to San Francisco. Thank you.
Marjorie. Next speaker, we have Dana. Then please get ready, Amira Bagger, Alison Milby, Jason Baker, Jed Riviera, and Jennifer. Hey.
Hi, my name is Dana Wagner. I'm happy to be here in support of Jeanette Quick for City College Board. I've lived in San Francisco for 20 years now. I've seen Jeanette's effectiveness as a policymaker and as an advocate. I've also seen her pursue, in parallel with her professional career, her academic interests as a student at City College, where she's currently a student. She's been an active student there for the past 3 years. She brings a lot of great ideas to the table, but I think most importantly, of all the candidates, she's the closest to the student experience. That's a voice that's been missing on the City College Board for some time now. And I think the fact that City College isn't effectively enough serving the needs of its students, especially including those from less advantaged backgrounds, is partly due to that. Jeanette has a very strong background in education. She's been very effective. She has a great track record both inside and outside of government. And she's not satisfied with the status quo. I don't think we should be either. I don't think we should settle for status quo candidates. We need new ideas. And I'm very happy to support Jeanette Quick. I encourage you to look at her platform and support her. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Amira. Then please, Alison, get ready.
Good evening, Amira Barger. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Amira Barger, I support Alia Chisti for the College Board. I had the pleasure of meeting Alia in 2019 through the Coral Northern California Women in Leadership Program. And I was consistently blown away by her insights on how to work with and on behalf of marginalized students. And going through the San Francisco public school system as a low-income student and daughter of immigrants, Alia understands the students who are working hard to develop opportunities. And when COVID-19 hit, she saw widespread technology inequity, and she partnered with students making a change to secure direct aid. And if elected, she'll continue to prioritize emergency aid for marginalized students. She has over a decade of experience working in schools and on policies that impact schools. And now more than ever, it's essential to elect women of color to leadership positions. And if elected, Alia would be the first Muslim woman elected to office in San Francisco. She has my full support, and I hope you'll join me in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Alison. And please get ready, Jade Riviera. Alison? Oh, we can see you, but not hear you. You have to activate your...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Allison Milby, and I'm supporting Alia Chisti for City College Board. I've known Alia since graduate school, and when she was a student senator, even then advocating for increased diversity among admitted students. I'm actually an education researcher doing community college research in the Bay Area, and I can speak to her deep knowledge of higher education, not just higher education, but community colleges, and not just community colleges, but CCSF in particular, as the leader of the Free City College program. She is deeply passionate about leading with transparency and in responsiveness to the needs of teachers and students, as you've heard from some of the testimonials of students here tonight, and especially marginalized students and students of color, something that it's more important now than ever. And I also just want to again highlight her responsiveness to student needs when COVID-19 hit, partnering to make sure that students got the aid that they needed.
Thank you, Alison. Next speaker, we have Jade Riviera, and then we have Jennifer.
Hi, everyone. Hi. My name is Jade Rivera. I vote in Mandelman's district, and I'm a bilingual teacher here in San Francisco Unified School District and UESF member. As a Latina born and raised in San Francisco and an SFUSD graduate and someone who's known Kevin Bogus for over 15 years, I'm absolutely hyped today to support him in the race for school board. And I hope that you do as well. As you know, UESF has endorsed him and he received very high vote from the membership in UESF. And I've worked with him personally on the Close the Gap Coalition. I'm a part of a collective of educators of color who are committed to educational equity and homegrown leadership. And Kevin Bogus embodies the work and vision of social change through his work with Black, Brown, and immigrant families at Coleman Advocates. We hope you vote for him today.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. Next speaker, we have Jennifer. Then on the list, we have Nathan Whitehouse, Lisa Nguyen, Siemus McGiver, and Leslie Lugo. Hi, we can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. My name is Jennifer Walrath. I couldn't find my face in the many faces on the screen. Sorry about that. I'm here this evening to speak in support of Jeanette Quick for City College Board. I know you've heard from several others this evening as well. I met Jeanette in law school and I've known her for just over 15 years now. As others have said, she is truly dedicated to education and learning, both for professional advancement, but also just for the sake of learning, for self-improvement. She has a lot of great skills that she would bring to the table, including financial management experience. She's also works very well with people, is experienced in building consensus and coalitions, and would be very dedicated and work very hard to help stabilize the college so it can continue to provide affordable education and even expand its services that it currently provides so that it can improve its impact on the community. And I really think she would bring a fresh perspective that would be of value, and I hope that you can support her.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Nathan, and then Lisa Nguyen. Get ready.
Hello, I'd like to express my support for Jeanette Quick for City College Board. I've known Jeanette for 15 years, again from law school. She's an extraordinarily empathetic and effective administrator and feels very passionately about higher education. I think that she would add a tremendous amount of value in terms of her financial experience in helping to ensure that City College is here in its best form for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Lisa. Hey, we can see.
So win.
Hi, sorry. Good evening. Couple of technical difficulties. My name is Lisa Nguyen. I'm here to support Jenny Lam for school board. I currently have 5 nieces and nephews in the SFUSD. I know that Jenny also has 2 amazing kids in the SFUSD. I'm a San Francisco public school alum. I'm now Director of Strategic Partnerships for the Human Rights Commission. I had the pleasure of working with Jenny on Mayor Breed's educational policy team. There I learned about her history and dedication to the community, including over 2 decades of commitment to the youth. Her experience includes being former state engagement manager of Education Superhighway, which provides high-speed internet access to public schools across the US, and her focus on providing equitable access to digital learning and her expertise during this unprecedented time of distance learning is invaluable. In the short 2 years that I've known Jenny, she's continued to impress me with her genuine devotion to equity and social justice, and there's no better person that I can imagine for this position. I hope that you'll all consider endorsing and supporting her as well.
Thank you, Lisa. Next speaker, we have Seamus and Leslie Lugo. Get ready.
Seamus.
Can you hear us?
Sorry.
Yeah, you activate your microphone. You're good.
I'm a betrayal to my generation. I'm bad with technology. Sorry. Seamus McGeever. I'm a board member of the Harvey Milk Democratic Club, and we endorsed for the college board race Chanel Williams, Tom Temprano, Alan Wong, Han Zhao, and then for school board we supported Kevin Bogus, Alita Fisher, and Mark Sanchez. So I encourage you to support some of those candidates. And then one candidate in particular that I'm very supportive of is, and very, very impressed by, who I didn't really know much about until I heard her speak, was Anita Martinez. She's had about 3 or 4 decades of experience at City College alone. And she's most importantly supported by so many of the faculty and staff there, faculty and students. And I think that speaks really highly of her, that she has support from community, from this community, City College community. And then also I thought Alia Chisi was a really impressive candidate, very well-rounded. And yeah, anyways.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Leslie, then Jana, Then we have Carl, Holly Wong. Leslie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good evening, everyone. My name is Leslie Lugom. I am someone that is here supporting Alia Chisti for College Board. I've known Alia since we were middle school students attending Aptis Middle School and SFUSD. The reason why I'm here supporting Alia is because I work with transitional age youth of color who are SFUSD alumni and are currently navigating City College, wanting to get an eventual career in education. It's my belief that Alia will always listen to the needs of my students, the students that I work with, as they navigate City College, especially in all of the hardships that they have experienced and continue to experience. So please support Alia.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Jana, then Kyle, Holly Wong, and Virginia. Hi.
Hi, I'm Jana Steenholt, and I'm here tonight to support the candidacy of Jeanette Quick for City College Board. I've had the pleasure of knowing Jeanette and working with her for over 10 years now. We initially met working for the US Senate, and there I was able to see her passion and dedication for public service firsthand. I think we need a strong trustee with financial management experience, and Jeanette has plenty of that. She also brings the perspective of being a student and an independent voice that will stabilize City College. So I enthusiastically endorse Jeanette Quick, and thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Kyle, then Holly Wong, Virginia Marshall, and Raphael.
Hello, my name is Kyle Trefny. I am a class of 2020 SFUSD graduate, and I would like to urge you guys to endorse Matt Alexander and Kevin Bogus. During high school, I was very involved in environmental and climate justice on campus, and often my peers and I would try to get in touch with our representatives on the school board, and they were like very hard to reach, and it didn't really seem like they cared about students and student needs. And so I see that with the legacies of Matt Alexander and Kevin Bogus, that they have fought for students, especially those who are most unheard, and they are empowering them. And I really believe that they would be great additions to the school board. I appreciate your time, and I hope you endorse both Kevin and Matt.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you for coming.
Next speaker, we have Holly Wong, and then get ready, Virginia Marshall.
Hello, everybody. My name is Holly Wong. I am a San Francisco native, and I'm here to share my support for College Board candidate Alan Wong. Alan is beyond qualified to be on the board. He has this infectious passion for education accessibility and social equity, and it's shown through his work with Free City College Sunset, and the Workforce Education Recovery Fund. He and his entire family attended CCSF, and all of their lives have been transformed by it. This is personal for him. What really impresses me is his ability to work with his vast stakeholders of CCSF, from faculty to students, to bring unity through his leadership. To fix the systemic issues of CCSF, we need unity desperately, so CCSF can continue to serve the San Francisco community. I believe that CCSF will be lucky to have someone as dedicated and qualified as Alan Wong. I also would like to share my support for the progressive slate with Alan Wong, Chanel Williams, Tom Temprano, and Han Zhou. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Virginia Marshall, then Raphael, Naomi Perlman, Karen Alschuler, and Matt Gonzalez. Virginia, can you hear us?
Just a second. I can't see my face either. Just a second. D. Hello, everyone.
We can hear you.
We can see you.
Good afternoon. Good evening to DCCC, to Chairperson Campos. I see one of my parents there, Mrs. Gloria Berry from Galileo High School. Good to see everyone. I'm Virginia Marshall, President of the San Francisco Alliance of Black School Educators. I'm here to endorse the re-election of Jenny Lamb to the school board. Jenny Lamb is a great bridge between the City Hall and the school district. She's an effective commissioner, attends all the meetings, and during this past COVID-19 pandemic, she makes sure that our African Americans, our Latinx, and our students with special needs receive their devices and work with our communities. She supports all of our African American events, and we have many of them, as many of you know, you attended many of our events. So again, we're here to support Jenny Lamb for re-election to the school board. We also want to support the re-election of President Mark Sanchez. He is an educator, and who better to run the school board than a teacher? And he's a great advocate for us. We also want to support.
Thank you, Virginia. Your time is up. Thank you.
City College. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honored to have you, Ms. Marshall.
Next, we have Raphael. Then please get ready, Naomi Perlman, Karen Ashuler, Matt Gonzalez, and Kimberly Alvarenga. Sorry. Raphael, can you hear us? See us?
Start video.
We can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Rafael Trujillo. I'm a lifelong Democratic Party member and a contributor to this party and to the DCCC. I'm here to speak on behalf of Anita Martinez, a candidate for City College Board, and ask that this body endorse her as one of our four for the board. I believe that she's the most qualified candidate to sit on that board. She's led a life of activism and commitment to all things City College. Her life's work has been to stop the school to prisons pipeline. She's fought with many to expand the role and the mission of City College into the fabric of this city. She's supported by the Bernal Heights Democratic Club, the ILWs, the Latinx Young Democrats, and the Berniecrats and the Chinese American Democratic Club. Why? Because she's trusted to lead, I'd say, because she will read and do the work and the hard work that's required by a board member. She will not step into the crap.
Thank you, Rafael. Your time is up. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Trujillo is also a Bernal resident.
Next speaker, Naomi Perlman. Then we have Karen, get ready, Matt Gonzalez, and Kimberly, get ready.
Hello, everybody. Let me get my video on. There we go. Hi, everybody. I am here to speak on behalf of Jenny Lamb. I am an SFUSD educator and a parent of two kiddos who also attend SFUSD. I am lucky enough to have known Jenny for almost 12 years. Our kids went to school together. She is kind, intelligent, creative, and an excellent listener who is not afraid to thoughtfully change her mind when presented with all of the facts and opinions. Jenny Lamb has worked to support social justice and our communities for as long as I have known her. Currently, she serves on our school board, as you know, advocating for the needs of our diverse SFUSD students, including the students with special education needs who are near and dear to my heart as a speech language pathologist with SFUSD. Jenny Lamb is there for our families and our students, and I support her and urge you to support her as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Karen. Then please get ready, Matt and Kimberly. And then we have Sarah, Christopher.
Hello, my name is Karen Alschuler. Thank you for inviting all of us. I'm a resident of San Francisco for a long time, and in the last 15 years have done a lot of social justice work as a leader and an activist. And on that basis, I am here to enthusiastically endorse Matt Alexander for the school board. He's a remarkable, innovative, tireless advocate for students and teachers and parents, and brings a broad and inclusive vision of education and schools in our city. I'm privileged to make this endorsement with great enthusiasm because I've seen Matt at work. I've seen him in action I've met students who have been inspired by him to open their eyes to their highest potential and to learn and apply those things to learn and apply what the strengths they have to improving their communities. It's extraordinary to meet these students, and I think it will be extraordinary to have Matt on the school board. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Then next we have Matt Gonzalez.
How's it going? Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Matt Gonzalez. I'm here to endorse Alia Chisti for City College Board. Alia and I met as graduate students at Columbia University back in 2014. We were both first-generation students of color from California at a predominantly white institution. We were really brought together by our shared activism and commitments to social justice and racial justice. She's a fierce advocate for public education, an expert in education policy, and has been integral in implementing the Free City College program. Alia brings an independent, data-driven lens to her work and would be a strong and independent voice for students and teachers as a City College trustee. I strongly encourage you to support Alia, and she's also a crazy cat lover just like me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Matt. Next we have Kimberly, then Sarah Elliott, Christopher Christensen, Kevin Bogus, and Alia Chisti.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Alvarenga. I'm the director of the California Domestic Workers Coalition. I'm here to speak in support of the resolution to pass SB 1257, the Health and Safety for All Workers Act, authored by Maria Elena Durazo. In order to protect the health and safety of the more than 300,000 domestic workers in the state who are primarily immigrant women of color, SB 1257 would remove the historical exclusion of domestic workers from basic occupational health and safety protections in California. House cleaners, nannies, caregivers, and day laborers like gardeners are the only group of workers who are excluded from Cal OSHA protections in the state. Currently, domestic workers are at the front lines of COVID-19. Like other essential workers, they do not have the flexibility of working from home. They have to make the impossible choice between working in unsafe conditions or trying to feed their children. Please support SB 1257.
And I just want to note that many of us worked very hard to elect Kimberly Alvarenga District 11 Supervisor, so it's great to have her back at the DCCC. Thank you,
Thank you so
Kimberly.
much. Thank you, everybody.
Next speaker, we have Sarah Elliott. Then please, Christopher Christensen, get ready. Sarah?
Hey, hi there. Thank you for having me. I am honored to speak in support of Jeanette Quick for board of CCSF. I had the privilege of first getting to know Jeanette in 2008 when we worked together as government regulators. And after 12 years, I am ever more impressed and inspired by Jeanette. She has spent her career fighting for consumers, students, and those who are disadvantaged. She has broad and deep experience in diverse organizations, government, private, nonprofit, from developing and implementing new initiatives and solutions from ground up to effectively building coalitions and affecting change within long-standing institutions. And she truly stands out in every role she takes on. Importantly, she was a multi-year student at and earned a creative writing certificate from CCSF. In fact, I personally was inspired by Jeanette to become a student of CCSF myself. Jeanette is passionate about CCSF and about making the changes needed not only to save CCSF, but positioning it to thrive for many generations to come. So please vote for Jeanette Quick for board of CCSF.
Thank you, Sarah. Next speaker, Christopher. Then we have Kevin Bogus, Alia Chisti, Nikki Hatfield, and Jeremiah Jeffries. Christopher? Hi.
Hello, everybody. I'll be brief because this meeting is being long. I'm here to advocate for the endorsement of, first off, let me say with so many wonderful candidates, it's hard to choose from the City College group. There's 6 amazing candidates, but I would like to advocate for Alia Chisti with her work with DCYF for Free City and helping so many underprivileged students and families within City College. She would be a wonderful addition to the City College Board of Trustees. So I really do hope that many people vote for Alia Chisti tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Kevin Bogus, then Alia Chisti, then Nikki Hatfield. Hi, Kevin, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Bogus. I'm a candidate for the Board of Education. Would greatly appreciate your endorsement. As someone who grew up in San Francisco and who has been engaged around public schools as an advocate for families and students for the last 10 years, I really want to join the board to really help continue the work that's already happened to make sure our schools are equitable and all students in San Francisco are getting access to a high quality education. My daughter is in the background, a future SFUSD student, if you can hear her. And I would just really appreciate your support and really would want to work together to have the board be in conjunction with the city and really make sure that we're working together to provide what our students and families need in this moment. Thank you so much for your consideration. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Alia Chisti, then Nikki.
Hi, good evening, DCCC members. My name is Alia Chisti, and I am running for City College Board. I want to thank all of you for considering me for this endorsement and taking time to listen to all the wonderful public comment. I was born and raised in San Francisco. I grew up in District 11 in Lakeview, and from every day from my window, I have seen City College of San Francisco. I never thought that I would one day run for office and have an opportunity to advocate for our students and teachers. I also never thought that if I ran for office, I would be the first Muslim woman to be elected in the history of San Francisco, and I have the opportunity to change what our government looks like. And so I have the policy experience. I have been a classroom teacher. I have done work in education, and I am committed to the students, the teachers, and our community, and I'm eager to serve our community. I met the moment during the pandemic. I'm going to meet the moment for those students. So please vote for me tonight. I humbly request you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Nikki, and please get ready, Jeremiah.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Nikki Hatfield. I'm a student and advocate for my peers at City College. I want to speak on behalf of Alia Chisti, who is equity driven, who goes out of her way to meet with student leaders. And I support her not because she meets with students, but because she puts actions behind the conversation she has with us. When the pandemic hit, she was able to secure funding for marginalized groups of people and meet their financial needs. And the work that we've been able to do so far has been amazing. And just imagine if she was able to be on the board, a member of the board. I know that she'll continue to do amazing work with us. And I also would like to endorse Kevin Bogus. When I worked as a youth coordinator, me and Kevin worked alongside of each other, and he's been amazing when it comes to support. And I just want to thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Then we have Jeremiah. I bring you up, and please get ready, Raya Steer, Jason Baker, Dennis Castro, and March.
Is that Jeremiah?
Is Jeremiah, yes.
Right now. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremiah Jeffries. I'm a public school teacher. I want to say, this moment is so important for our young people. And so we need to elect both at the City College level and at the Board of Education level, people who have experience beyond advocacy. Advocacy is not enough at this time. We need experience. We need people who have working knowledge of how schools work, how the institutions work, and how to move those levers of power. And those people who have deep relationships with the city. So who are those? That's Mark Sanchez. That's Jenny Lamb, decades and decades of work. Kevin Bogus, Matt Alexander, decades and decades of doing the work. Alia Chisti, decades of doing the work as an educator, doing the job. Anita Martinez, another woman of color. Chanel Williams, doing the work from student to the board. And then you also have Alan Wong. Alan's been with us for a long time, and it's super important that we also support him. Him and Alia represent both fresh faces and energy, but also deep. That's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'm going to bring up Raya. Please get ready, Jason Baker.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Raya Steyer. I am a board member of the Harvey Milk Democratic Club, and our club has endorsed Kevin Bogus, Alita Fisher, and Mark Sanchez for the school board, and Tom Temprano, Chanel Williams, Ellen Wong, and Han Tao for the community college board. So I strongly recommend the DCCC to vote for these candidates. In a personal capacity, I also support Anita Martinez and Alia Chisti. Both of them are amazing organizers, so please consider them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Jason Baker. Then please get ready, Denise Castro and March Cribb.
Thank you. My name is Jason Baker. I'm co-chair of the Committee to Save Caltrain. Measure RR will help rescue Caltrain, reduce traffic, and reduce pollution. Caltrain is the only rail system without its own source of operating funds, and this measure will help save Caltrain from a potential shutdown. It will improve the system, faster and more frequent trains and better connections to BART and Muni, provide about 16,000 good-paying jobs, fund cleaner, quieter trains to reduce noise and air pollution, and work towards Caltrain reaching its potential, tripling ridership from 65,000 to 180,000 riders per day with more frequent all-day service. In terms of equity, the measure that would help Caltrain continue to fund means-based fares programs that are in place now, but only as pilots. That's 50% discounts for means-based fares and more frequent trains to support off-peak travel, supports off-peak commutes, which unlocks access to economic opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Next, we have Denise Castro. And please, Marsh, get ready.
Hello, my name is Denise Castro. I am a nonprofit leader that works with City College of San Francisco students of color, and I strongly support Alia Christie for City College Board. I have had the privilege and honor to know Alia for a year now, and she has been compassionate. She listens to students, she acts, and she has been at the center of supporting students during the pandemic by providing emergency aid to students, with students making a change. And in addition to providing free laptops to students to address the basic
turn off video.
Digital divide. She's a proven leader and has worked with schools with policies for more than a decade, and she oversees Free City College of San Francisco, and she's a fierce advocate, and I urge you to support her as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Marsh. Then please get ready, the last free speaker, Kevin Yu, Marjorie Bland, and Kim Mofa. And we have now Diane Peng. Okay, Kalia Gonzalez also. And if I didn't say your name, please mention your name in the chat if the raise hand function don't work for you.
Hi, my name is Marsha Krebs. Good evening. Thank you for your work in the community. Regarding City College Board, CCSF deserves board members with diverse backgrounds who can recruit and hire effective new chancellor, develop partnerships to help modernize technology infrastructure, and increase enrollment with targeted services to underserved populations. I encourage you to consider an independent trustee, Jeanette Quick, for a City College Board whose passion for public service, consumer protection, and student rights will help turn around the City College. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, we have Kevin Yu, and please, Kim, get ready.
Kevin?
Good evening. My name is Kevin Yu, and I'm here to reiterate United Educator of San Francisco's endorsement for their school board candidates, and specifically like the many educators in San Francisco Unified who have voiced their support for her tonight. I am here to enthusiastically endorse Jenny Lam for school board, and I encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, we have Kim Mofa. And please, Diane Peng, get ready. Then Kalia Gonzalez and Marjorie Bland. Kim?
Is that Kim Stream Office? So that's
We cannot hear
former
you.
school board member Kim Stream Office. Welcome to the DCCC.
Thank you so
Good to
very
see you.
much, Chair Campos. I appreciate that. Good evening, members. My name is Kim Stream Office, former school board member, and I just wanted to stay in my education lane and offer you my recommendation for the school board and for City College. My endorsements fall very much in line with what SEIU has endorsed, but these are my own personal and what the Teachers Union has endorsed. So yes, I am definitely supporting Mark Sanchez, Kevin Bogus. Absolutely, absolutely. We need him. We need that knowledge on the board. I'm also supporting Matt Alexander. We need his intellect on the board as well, and his knowledge on how the district runs and how they operate with small schools by design and independent thinkers. And I'm also supporting Jenny Lam. I'll just put in the Harvey Milk Club has supported Alita Fisher, so I'll just leave that there as an asterisk. You all do what you want. You have my endorsed candidates. For College Board, let me be very, we need those fresh faces on the college. Sorry, did you say my time, Ellen? Just a quick question. Okay, let me just say their last names. Dr. Prano, Chanel Williams, Hanzo, and Alechisti. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner in Office.
Next speaker, we have Diana Peng, then Marjorie Bland and Kalia Gonzalez.
Hi, can everyone hear me? I'm Diana Payne. Good evening.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi. Ditto whatever Jeremiah Jeffries says. He is my go-to source for all things education related. In particular, I would like to state for the record, as a member of the Rose Pack Democratic Club, only two candidates got 100% endorsements, and those two are Jenny Lam for school board and Alan Wong for city board of trustees. And I also want to echo the sentiment of our Mr. Vice President Jeremy Lee on RPDC on our endorsements. Tonight, I want to dedicate this time to really talk about my full-throated endorsement for Jenny Lam, something that I'd like to invoke as someone who went to Spring Valley Elementary School, Marina Middle School, and Thurgood Marshall, is that Jenny Lam has been working with me for the last 15 years in an often forgotten neighborhood, even in District 10, Viz Valley. She was a parent organizer and founded Visitation Valley Parent Association. And before it was even in vogue to say, of course, a school district is going to translate everything.
Your time is up. The time is up, Mariana.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Then we have Marjorie and last speaker, Kalia.
All right. Hello, my name is Christian Rodriguez, and I'm advocating for Aaliyah Chesty for CCSF board. First of all, she has done a lot to combat the COVID-19 and has been able to actually secure $300,000 onto and mobilizing with a student organization to give that out to students during this pandemic as another way of supporting students, especially when it comes back to, oh, my bad. My name is Christian Rodriguez. My bad. Sorry about that. And also, she has done a lot to deal with free city and has been able to navigate bureaucracy at City College. And we need more leaders like that who are willing to put the student first. So did anyone hear that?
Yes, thank you very much.
All right.
We heard.
My name is Christian Rodriguez. I'm a CCSF student. My bad. I accidentally used the wrong link. But yeah.
We heard you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here.
That's what I remember.
And the last speaker, Kalia Gonzalez.
It's the last speaker there.
Yeah. Can you hear us? Can you activate your microphone?
I don't see the person on.
She's on the panelist side, but I think she.
Ms. Gonzalez, can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's me.
Go ahead.
I don't really know why I'm Kayla Gonzalez. I'm Selena.
Selena, hi.
Okay, I think I used someone else's link. That's why.
That's okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Selena Shia, and I'm a student at City College of San Francisco. I was born and raised in San Francisco. I currently live in D3 and have attended all SFUSD schools from kindergarten to 12th grade. And I'm here to support Alia Chisti for the City College Board because I know firsthand how much she cares about students. I met her when I was interning at City Hall in 2017. As a legislative aide, she managed all the interns and dedicated her time for us to grow. And as an intern, I could tell how much she cares about the success of her students. She spent her free time teaching me how to do pre-algebra and now an applied math major. And she's also been helping me with my college applications. Alia is my mentor, role model, and friend. And I strongly urge for you guys to endorse her. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have one last speaker, just Kevin Ortiz.
Okay, Kevin Ortiz. Kevin?
Kevin Ortiz. Kevin? Yeah, we can see you.
We can't hear you, Kevin. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's weird that it seems that you activate your microphone, but we still cannot hear you. No, that it doesn't work. Your microphone is off, I think. Sorry.
Thanks, Kevin.
Sorry.
All right.
And I just want to mention, Chair Campos, that Member Avalos is raising his hand.
Member Avalos, did you want to add something? Say something?
I would if, is this just, do we get to speak outside of public comment to talk about our votes? That's why I want to speak. I want to talk about the votes today. And
when we get to that item, you'll have an opportunity to discuss the vote. Thank you. So seeing no other speakers, that concludes public comment. And again, we want to thank all the members of the public, all the San Francisco Democrats who took the time to participate in this process. We value your voice and greatly appreciate so many people that came, and hopefully that level of engagement will continue between now and the November election. We need to be as active as we can. So now we will move on to the next item, which is the item number 5, which is the reports from the officers of the Democratic County Central Committee. And I'll begin with the chair's report. And I simply want to note on a more sort of personal, not political note, we have been, as all of us know, going through this pandemic. And on top of that, the Bay Area in the last few days has been experiencing fires that have occurred throughout the Bay Area. And I can tell you, as someone who works in Santa Clara County, that so many people have been impacted north, south, east, west in the Bay Area. And I just wanted to note that our hearts go out to all the people that have been impacted and evacuated. And those of us who live in San Francisco in some respects are lucky that we don't have to deal with that. But I can tell you that it's been a real challenge for many residents in the Bay Area, and actually many San Franciscans also who may have homes in those areas. So I just wanted to to note that it's a very difficult time as it is, and to add that, I know it's been really tough on people. But I simply want to note that I will be, we will be issuing a request for proposals for the slate card program for the November election. We will be following the process outlined in the bylaws, and pursuant to that process, I have appointed a slate card committee that will be chaired by Peter Galata, and that will include the following members: Scott Wiener proxy Matthew Rothschild, Carolina Morales, AJ Thomas, and Fauga Moliga. We wanted to have balanced representation from both AD 17 and AD 19. And again, I want to thank Chair Galata and then members Morales, Thomas, Moliga, and Rothschild for their work in this process. We will be issuing the RFP tomorrow. There will be an email that will include the same RFP that we have followed before, that we have issued before, that will be posted online. And it will also go out to all the clubs. So to anyone that is listening, if you know of any vendor that might be interested in submitting a proposal, please let them know. The proposal, again, the RFP will be issued tomorrow, and folks will have until September 11th to respond, and that will give the committee sufficient time to review the applications, the submissions, and then make an award, and we will bring the matter back to the committee at the next meeting. But I know that it's really important for us to move forward with this process. Again, this is the most important election in our lifetimes for sure, and we want to get that process rolling. And so with that, I want to just note that the Executive Director, Karima Lynch, will be posting that on the website and on social media tomorrow. And so the last thing that I will note is that we will be working also with the regional director in the next few days, already beginning the process of planning for the ADEM elections that will be coming up in a few months, but that actually happens very quickly. And so we will be identifying conveners for that process. And I know that it seems like, we just went through this, but it's actually around the corner. So we need to start getting ready for that process. So that completes my report. And with that, I will turn it over to Vice Chair Lacroix for outreach.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see everyone's face. I am going to keep my remarks brief, but I just wanted to let everyone know that some of our endorsed candidates from our last meeting have begun reaching out to begin scheduling some time with us, whether it's for a virtual phone bank or other activities. And so I'm putting together a calendar of events that our endorsed candidates are putting together. And we're going to ask that every member of the DCCC, including our proxies, can come together and sign up to attend and participate in at least two, bare minimum two before election day. And so I will be reaching out to you guys over email and calls or text to work with your schedule, but that's the ask is to, you're hearing it first now, to sign up for at least two between now and election day. But thanks.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And now we'll hear from Vice Chair Baraka on voter registration.
Hello, everyone. I would just first like to say the big voter registration drive that I'd like to bring everyone's attention to will be National Voter Registration Day, which is going to occur on September 22nd, all day long. So if we could get the Democratic clubs to engage in that day and get out and help get folks registered, that would be awesome. If you keep an eye on our social media, I'll have some more information on that forthcoming. I also wanted to mention a couple of things that you can also use to make sure that you register, and that's the Biden-Harris campaign. You can text VOTE to 30330. That is another way to make sure that you not only find out how to get registered, but also send you out text messages. Susan Pfeiffer also informed me that there is, let me make sure I get this right. It's called Voterizer, VOTERIZER.org. It's also a registration portal. I wanted to mention that one to you as well. And of course, on our website, we have vote.org, which is another way to get folks engaged in the voter registration process. So don't forget that. And naturally, through our Secretary of State's website for online voter registration. If you would like some information on how to get out to some of your farmers markets or other community events and utilize social distancing, we have some QR codes that I can get to you that you can use while walking around and again, practice social distancing so you don't have to pass out forms or take any forms in. We can do this all online, so please remember that. And I think lastly, I would just like to mention that it's important that you remind folks how important it is to vote early. Also request your mail-in ballot if you don't live in California. I'm asking you to put out notices on your social media because in California, of course, we're going to be getting all of our ballots in the mail, but other places in the country, you might have to request your ballot. So I think it's really important that we remind our friends and family who are not necessarily politicos like we are to make sure that they get their ballot in early. You can also make sure that they follow up and make sure that they are received by their election offices. And again, make sure that your friends and family do the same. And if you want to have some extra credit, a lot of places will need volunteers to work at voter booths, not necessarily just here, but other states. If that might be something that you can do, make sure that you try to volunteer at a polling place, especially younger folks. Right now, they're staffed by folks who are possibly vulnerable populations. So if folks can do that, that would be awesome. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Baraka. And now we're going to turn to Vice Chair Mahogany. And we have a number of clubs that are being considered for rechartering. And so with that, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Campos. Good evening, members. We do have 5 Democratic clubs requesting to be chartered this month. That is the South Beach Democratic Club, the Richmond District Democratic Club, the Black Women Caucus Democratic Club, District 3 Democratic Club, and San Francisco District 11 Democratic Club. And we've heard from several of these clubs today. I would make a motion that we vote on all of these clubs together unless there is any objection.
So we have a motion to charter the following clubs: South Beach Democratic Club, Richmond District Democratic Club, the Black Women Caucus Democratic Club, District 3 Democratic Club, San Francisco District 11 Democratic Club. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Dufty. Is there any discussion? And I simply want to note that clubs are the backbone of this party. So we are grateful to these 5 clubs for everything they do, and especially all the work they're going to do between now and the election. So on the motion second, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that was just the motion to we have to do one more vote, I think, because that was the motion to take them all together. But now we have a motion to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Well, sorry, before I do that, can I also just thank Karima Lynch and also Alan Tronis for all their hard work in pulling this together. So thank you to you both. can we move to approve all of these Democratic clubs?
So moved.
So motion by member Lacroix. Is there a second? Second by member Thomas. On the motion to approve the rechartering of these 5 clubs, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It passes unanimously. Congratulations to all 5 clubs. You have been chartered. Thank you very much. And thank you, Vice Chair Mahogany, for that.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to our issues and resolutions to Vice Chair Lovett.
So besides coordinating the resolutions that come in with our corresponding secretary member Ibanez, I want to thank our intern Fidel Gilchrist for helping to start building a network of contacts so that we can actually send out the resolutions through the resolves to the electeds and the bodies that need to see them. I also want to take this time to acknowledge our 5 interns from the summer for their contributions to the San Francisco Democratic Party. The high school internship is named for Sue Bierman and the college program for our own Madam Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. This summer we had Zoe Bishop, Emmanuel Ching, Fidel Gilchrist, Priscilla Jin, and Ellen Teronius. All are wonderful interns who worked and led on some key projects, including the virtual action meetings and the farmers market outreach to recruit volunteers, website work, social media, communications, and building out those networks. They also supported phone banking with Swing Left, fundraising, clubs chartering, and the endorsement process, which, as you can see, is an hours-long process. Our executive director, Karima Lynch, was the ringleader in a lot of these efforts with a number of our members who also led in their respective roles. So thank you for giving your time to the Democratic Party in San Francisco. And Emmanuel Ching will be speaking on behalf of his fellow interns. Emmanuel?
Yes, thank you, Member Lovett. Good evening, members of the SFDCCC and members of the public. Like Member Lovett said, my name is Emmanuel Ching, and I had the opportunity to intern with this body this past summer. I know tonight's going to be, a long meeting. It has been a long meeting, so I'll try to keep my comments concise for you all. Like Member Lovett said, this summer 5 high school and college students had the privilege of working with this body, from engaging in outreach with our amazing Democratic chartered clubs, drafting social media posts, writing newsletters, and further developing our party infrastructure. We have loved serving alongside you this summer. I know I speak for all the interns when I say that it has truly been amazing and inspiring to see such bold, hardworking, and driven leaders in our community. And I'm confident that your dedication to the party, your fidelity to this country, and your commitment to the fight has inspired the leaders of our next generation. On behalf of Zoe, Alan, Fidel, Priscilla, and myself, I wanted to thank this body for, one, even hosting this internship and fellowship program at such an unprecedented time, but 2, providing us with an amazing opportunity to serve our members in the San Francisco Democratic Party. A special thanks to Executive Director Karima Lynch for not only helping us in our capacities interns, but continually serving our members, serving our party, and serving our community. This work is not easy, but Karima always finds a way to get it done. And of course, I can only begin to thank our internship committee, Chair Lovett, Member Baraka, and Member Williams for always guiding us and helping us navigate the ins and outs of this party. I also want to take a moment to extend my deepest gratitude again to Executive Director Karima Lynch, but also to Chair Campos, Vice Chair Galata, Team Pelosi, and Speaker Pelosi for allowing Zoe, Priscilla, and myself to extend our internships with the San Francisco Democratic Party until November to support Vote Blue SF and the work of electing Democrats up and down the ballot across our nation. Again, thank you all for coming to tonight's meeting, and I wish the best to all the candidates.
Emmanuel, I don't think that there's anything that I or anyone can say that would top that. So I'm not going to try. I'm simply going to say that on behalf of this body, all the members of this committee, I think you have said it in a way that makes us all proud, and anyone who wonders what the future holds, as you can hear from Emmanuel, we're going to be in amazing hands. And this is the most incredible group of interns that I know we have had, and we've had some pretty incredible ones. And we're excited to have so many of you continue. So great job. And of course, to the committee and to our executive director, amazing job and doing this. So we're excited for the rest of the work that will be done. Vice Chair Lovett, anything else?
That's it.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel, and thank you to all you guys. Incredible work. And now we're going to hear from our partnerships chair, Vice Chair Galata.
Thank you, Chair Campos. Good evening, members. Yeah, I also just want to echo how fantastic our interns have been. And one of the things I'm so excited about is that Emmanuel, Priscilla, and Zoe will be staying on with us to support Vote Blue SF for the next 3 months. And we're just thrilled that they will be continuing to support us and serve alongside us. And especially want to thank Team Pelosi for helping us to make this possible. And there is so much work to do, and we are doing that work. And Vote Blue SF is activated, it's growing, as you heard Susan Pfeiffer, and thank you, Susan, for all of your work. We have a real operation underway here, but we also need your help. And so just to give you a sense, in the past week, we've signed up over 60 new volunteers to help us phone bank. And we know there are more volunteers out there that we could recruit. And so my ask of every DCCC member is to help us promote Vote Blue SF out to our family, our friends, our networks, and help send folks and get them signed up with us. And they can do that by going to votebluesf.org. Our partner groups have been incredible. They're helping us program this virtual space. I really want to thank and shout out Democracy Action and Swing Left in particular for just the weekly, daily events that they are hosting and that we are partnering with them on. We have phone banks right now on 5 days a week that folks can sign up and volunteer for. So we are hoping to get phone banks every day of the week. And our calendar events is also available on votebluesf.org. Our Democratic clubs have reached out and are stepping up to host weekly phone banks. And I just want to acknowledge and thank the clubs that have reached out. Tomorrow night, we will be hosting a virtual training for our Democratic club leaders to find out how they can set up phone banks and get started with us at Vote Blue SF. And so that's tomorrow at 6 p.m. I sent out a note to our Democratic Club listserv. I will follow up with everybody to have that, so they have that information and hopefully can join us tomorrow night. We'll also be doing more trainings in the next few weeks as well if folks can't join tomorrow night. And my other ask of our DCCC members is we'd love for you to host an event in partnership with Vote Blue SF. So are there any takers out there that are down to do this? Please let me know. We'd love for you to host a night. Maybe even we can have a few members co-host together and share out with your networks and get folks to sign up and spend a little time with us phone banking. So I'll follow up with more info about that. And I just want to thank all the SF Democrats out there who are already stepping up and who are volunteering and organizing for November. We're 68 days until the election, so every day counts, and we really appreciate all of the work that everybody's doing and look forward to the work to come.
Peter, thank you to Vice Chair Galata and to our Executive Director who has been assisting his efforts. I think it's pretty incredible all the work that has gone into this and the time that Peter has spent on this, and so greatly appreciative, Vice Chair Galata, for your excellent work and encouraging our members to all of us take a night to host this. And of course, we will be doing a letter, an ask to every elected body, the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Trustees of City College, the Board of Education, and hope that all of those elected officials will take us up on that request. Not a lot of time left. I just can't emphasize enough how critical this is. And for those of you who have been watching the news, there was in the last 24 hours, the Centers for Disease Control was essentially forced by the Trump administration to change its guidance on COVID-19 testing, so that if you had been exposed to someone who was infected with COVID, the CDC, against all medicine and science, said you don't have to get tested. And the reason that happened is because Trump does not want tests to take place, because the more you test, the more you realize that the virus is present. That's what we're up against. That's what is at stake. So let's make this happen. Member Loftus?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Peter, for your leadership. And just to say, I did one of these in July with Susan Pfeiffer. She taught me and Manny and anybody how to do it. And the thing I just want to say about this is that all of this is weird. We're living in a weird time. We're phone banking in our homes. It's not like anything we know. So I also think it takes a personal ask from someone like each of us to our friends, to our aunts who might be in other states, but they really are curious. And so I really encourage everybody here, you have a constituency, you have people who care about you and trust you. And if you say, I'm doing it and I'm in my garage, they'll do it too. And it's fun. It's more fun than you would expect. And so I'm grateful to Chair Campos and to Vice Chair Galata for all your work, and you'll have my full support, and I encourage everybody else to do it, because we have bigger networks than we realize, and people need that little encouragement because it's such a strange time to be phone banking. So thank you both.
Thank you very much. And Mike Pence just accepted the vice presidential nomination, so let's make sure that it's Kamala Harris that's elected vice president in November. So
yeah,
let's make it happen.
I can get behind
Peter, anything else?
That's it. No, thank you, Member Loftus, for stepping up and doing that, and look forward to getting more folks to co-host nights with us too. So thank you, and thank you again, Susan Pfeiffer and Atim Pelosi, and Karima, just for all the organizing.
Thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to a report from our treasurer, AJ Thomas, and I want to note a couple of things. I have asked our AJ, our treasurer, to help out with the fundraising committee. So he'll be taking a temporary hiatus from some of the treasurer duties. And I'm looking for someone to help with that. But the reason he will be doing that is because he will be co-chairing the finance committee with Supervisor Gordon Marr. And I cannot emphasize enough how critical that effort is right now, especially when it comes to the federal account that is always a challenge for us to raise money for. But with that, I'll turn it over to Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Campos. As folks saw in their packet, our current federal balances are around 8,500 and our state account is around 46,000. As we've been talking about the last few meetings, the federal account is really the area of priority. It's where we have the least amount of fundraising because of the tighter restrictions surrounding raising money in that area, and it's where we're spending a lot of our emphasis on the finance committee as well. A big challenge is the costs that are associated with it, particularly SEON's, our accounting firm. We owe them about $14,000 all currently, and the rate that they charge is substantial enough to where it was a concern. Members Cohen and Kim, I want to extend thanks to both of them for putting us in touch with opportunities to look for alternative services. And so we're in the process now of looking at the services we have and seeing whether they're being cost effective and checking in on alternatives. It's important to note that because we're in an election cycle now and during the election year, that it's unlikely that we'll have a changeover in services until at least after the election for accounting. With regard to the Finance Committee, again, the primary purpose that we're looking at is raising money for the federal account. Co-chair Gordon Marr mentioned that the target goal should be not just to raise money for till the end of the year, but also the first fiscal quarter of next year. if we're looking at the entire federal accounts expenses going that far out, it's about 60,000 that we want to raise before the end of the year. And we've developed a plan, and we've developed a 2-track plan to meet the fundraising goal. The first track we're calling our Champions track. These are individuals on the DCCC who have greater access to fundraising, larger donor networks, higher name ID, and are able to fundraise a substantially larger sum than some of the other members on the DCCC. We've asked for a $1,000 to $5,000 commitment to raise that by the end of the year. I'm happy to announce that Supervisors Ronan and Marr have both committed to $5,000 fundraised by the end of the year, as well as Congresswoman Jackie Spear has already contributed, I believe, $1,000 to the account. So I want to acknowledge that they've already gotten the ball rolling with our champions. If you are somebody who fits that demographic on the DCCC, please be ready for somebody from the Finance Committee to give you a call and ask you for your commitment to this as well. If you've already gotten a call, please really consider it. We're going to ask all of our members to step up to the plate as they can to raise funds for the federal account. One of the things that came up in our meeting is that a lot of members of DCCC just don't have access to that sort of fundraising network, especially during this time of the pandemic and the recession as a result. And we wanted to provide tools to some of the other members. So we have our recruiters track, which is the second track. And this is for everybody on the DCCC. And that is to participate in the $20 by 2020 campaign. So some of you have already seen this as we've slowly rolled it out, but it's a commitment to donate $20 a month on a continual automated monthly contribution to the DCCC. We're asking that every member of the DCCC commit to that and sign up via Act Blue. And Karima, if you could put the link in the chat, I'd appreciate it. One of the things we've done is we created a custom Act Blue skin specifically for the $20 by 2020 campaign, so that folks can contribute straight link to that. Additionally, we're going to create a leaderboard so that members can bring in other commitments to it. We're asking each member of the DCCC, if you can't commit to a champion track 1,000, 5,000 fundraise goal, that you commit to bringing at least 5 people on to the 20 by 2020 campaign. And we think for the folks that are on the DCCC, a lot of folks are organizers, and being able to organize this for some of the folks that that are very interested in the in helping us in the federal campaign, that this is another pathway you can have to impact our fundraising. So far, the members of the DCCC who have signed the 20 by 2020 pledge are Member Dufty, Member Baraka, Member LaCroix, Member Campos, Member Galata, and myself. We really would appreciate if every member or their proxy would sign on to it. Thank you for posting the link. Appreciate it a lot, Karima. And then the last thing, obviously we'll have the leaderboard starting next week, so next month. So if you recruit other people to sign on as well, please let myself know or Karima so that we can attribute that person to you on the leaderboard as we go forward, so we can have kind of a fun competition with it. And then the last question we had was, why are we raising this money for the federal account and what it does? And one of the cool things about the federal account is it's really an area where the DCCC can come together, where we really have a lot of shared overlap in values. And so with that, I'm going to hand it back to Chair Campos so you can kind of talk about some of the purposes for the federal account and why we want to raise this money in particular. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And let me say this, that one of the most important and powerful things that we have done as a body in the last 2 years has been to get San Francisco Democrats involved in federal elections, and specifically helping to elect a majority of the House of Representatives. We focused on 19 congressional districts, 16 of those flipped from red to blue, and right now we are focusing not only on keeping the House Democratic, but on flipping the Senate, and also making sure that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are elected in November. The only way that we can get involved in federal elections is if we have enough resources in the federal account to actually pay for some basic things like it's just the time of our executive director, the technology that is spent on putting together, phone banks. The infrastructure that is needed to allow San Francisco Democrats to participate in this effort has to be paid by the federal account. And in fact, going forward, the rules are such that any effort that requires an expenditure has to come from the federal account. Therefore, if we want San Francisco Democrats to tip the scale in favor of our Biden-Harris ticket, in favor of keeping the House, in favor of flipping the Senate, we need to raise money into that federal account. And quite frankly, the time in many respects is perfect for that, because I know for a fact that I know a lot of people that are trying to figure out, how do I get involved? How do I help, take back the White House, take back the Senate? Well, this is the most immediate, effective tool that we have in San Francisco as Democrats. And so the idea that every member of the DCCC, becomes a monthly member, $20 a month, and then brings in 5 people, that's $100, $120 per member. That can go a long way in funding this effort. And so I really cannot emphasize enough how critical this is. This is the time to get involved, and 68 days is not a long time. And so we need to make it happen as quickly as we can. And so I plead with all of you. My hope is that by the time we have this meeting in a month from now, that every one of us will have made that contribution, made that commitment, and brought in those 5 people, and in fact, more people. And then to our federal ex officios and electeds, if there's a way that you can make a contribution, those proxies, if you can talk to your elected member to please help us with this effort, because the thing about the federal account is that this goes directly to what we're trying to do at the federal level. You may have a disagreement on what we're doing locally. The money is not going to be spent on that. And so I just want to highlight that and really applaud the efforts that Member Thomas and Member Marr have done to get us to this point. And so let's make it happen. So back to you, Member Thomas.
That actually concludes the report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate all the work. And now we'll move on to committees and the endorsement committee, to Chair Ibanez and Chair Barry.
Thank you, Chair Campos. On Saturday, August 22nd, we interviewed 17 candidates for College Board, School Board, and BART Board, and we also interviewed one measure, RR. And we just want to really thank all the members who came and asked the important questions and whatnot. And although we already thanked the interns, I'd like to specifically thank interns Fidel Giltrice and Alan Taranas. They came Saturday and they did the timekeeping, and they were already past their internship. So they were in volunteer mode. And again, they're here tonight. So thank you very much. I also would like to thank Priscilla Jen and Emmanuel Ching. They did the Facebook Live, and once again, they're doing that tonight. And also I'd like to thank Zoe Bishop, who's handling the chat, and she handled the questions live during the Zoom. And she also worked very hard on the questionnaires, receiving them, getting them up on our websites and whatnot. So I really wanted to just show a lot of love for the interns, and that as members, we can support their endeavors in the future. And I'd also like to thank Executive Director Karima Lynch, who, as we all know, has been holding the glue together between the members and the internships. And I also like to thank Chair Campos for allowing me and co-chair Ibanez for the freedom to take the reins on endorsement committee, and also to trust that we do a great job. And last, I'd like to give a shout out to Member Williams for her birthday. And I'd like to pass it on to co-chair Ibanez.
Thank you, Co-Chair Barry. You said it all. I think I'm very grateful to the support that we received of our interns. We did 3 rounds of endorsements, And I want to say thank you to everyone who attended all those 3 rounds of endorsements, and particularly the public. Your input, is very, very important. Yeah, and thank you, Karima. Thank you, Chair Campos, for allowing us to do this. And I actually want to say and give a shout out to Co-Chair Barry. It gave me an opportunity to actually get to know you. I think we did not know each other, and much love and respect. You're an incredible leader. Thank you so much. And to, again, every member of the DCCC that spent time with us on this 3 rounds of endorsements. So yeah, so with that, I conclude my comments. So thank you.
And if I may say to our 2 co-chairs, you know, one of the smartest decisions that I have made was to ask these 2 incredible women of color, Chair Barry and Chair Ibanez, to head this process. You know, doing endorsements in the DCCC or anywhere is very difficult, very challenging. And I have to say that, you know, we've seen great processes over the years, but to me, this is the best process that I've seen. And it's been really, really incredible. And, you know, I may not know a lot of things, but I'm smart enough to get out of the way when you have these 2 powerful women of color who know what they're doing. And so, you know,
We also finished on time, just to say, Chair Campos, we also finished on time. So
Yeah.
baller status, put women in charge, submitted.
You're right. You know what? You want something done, just ask women, and, you know, women of color, my God. So the only thing that is left to say, and I don't know if this is allowed, there is no attorney to stop us, but I would say let's all join in a Zoom happy birthday to Chanel Williams. So Chanel Williams, are you there? Is she there?
I think
Well,
so. She's there.
I think so.
Yes,
Either
I'm
way,
here. Sorry.
Hi,
Yes, I'm here.
well, Chanel, this is for you. So happy birthday
to
you.
Happy
birthday to you.
Happy
Happy
birthday,
to
Chanel.
Happy
birthday
to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
I think that is definitely a first for the Democratic Party, and probably not American Idol material, but we meant it with a lot of love to you, Chanel. And you're still going to be a young Democrat at heart. So. So with that, we'll turn it over to our executive director. And I have to say that just watching Karima in action is just incredible. And she is relentless and is organized and is on top of things as any person. Pretty amazing, Karima. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Campos. I actually don't have anything to say. I think all the members summarized pretty well all the projects that we are going on. So I don't feel the need to add any more information, except that I just want to point out about our interns that Alan and Fidel are volunteering with us still and are going to volunteer until the end of the year. So that's pretty amazing. And I'm happy that they love the summer internship and that they're feeling that they want to keep going with us. I think it's really amazing. I'm really excited. And that's it. Thank you.
Our amazing executive director, great job. We'll turn it over to our regional director. Is Henny on the line? No. Okay. We will then, yes.
Mr. Campos, Annie is here.
Okay, Henny.
Just disappear for a moment, but she's here. She just needs time to connect, I think. Penny?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Perfect.
You're
Okay.
baking the challah, Henny? You have to take it out of
No,
the oven?
I'm absolutely not baking a challah, but I just joined the monthly federal fund for the San Francisco Democratic Party. And I'm sorry I can't give 20 a month. I am going to be giving 18 because that's life in Hebrew. So I will be doing that. What I wanted to talk about is the fact that we are going to have the ADEM elections again, and they will be in January. It's going to be very, very different. It's going to be, the voting will be done on Scantron. The party will be checking to make sure that everybody who gets a ballot is a registered Democrat, and we're going to need a lot of help. So as we said, I'm looking for conveners and to help, and looking for volunteers. I think it's going to be really good. It will add many, 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 many voters. So I think it will make a very robust Democratic Party. And I think people will get excited about that. So I am looking forward to talking to you about this. And we will be working on it for the next few months. And as I said, it's in January. There will be 2 weekends in January that we will be having these elections. So if you know some new people who want to run for ADEMs, tell them about it. And please help volunteer or get me some volunteers. Thank you very much.
We will, Annie. Thank you.
Thank you, Henny, so much for that donation to the federal account. And for those wondering, the maximum individual donation per year is $10,000,
right,
or 555 multiples of 18, if we want to use the Hebrew for life.
Thank you very much to our regional director. That concludes the reports. And again, thank you to all the officers. And as you can see, the officers, the elected body of this party is working very hard between now and the election. And so we look forward to seeing more engagement and activity by our Democratic constituents. And please join the effort of 20 for 2020. With that, we'll now move on to item number 6, which is the endorsement process. And this is the endorsement for the San Francisco Unified School District Board of Education, the City College Board of Trustees, and the BART Board of Directors, as well as the endorsement on Measure RR for the November election. We're going to divide the vote into 3 sections. The first one will be on the BART Board of Directors, where there are 2 seats on which we will be voting for endorsements. And then this next section is the school board. And we have a number of candidates for 4 seats that are open. And then the last part of the endorsement for candidates will be for City College Board of Trustees, and there are a number of candidates for 4 seats. So with that, we're going to first move to the BART Board of Directors, and we have 2 seats. The first seat is District 9, and the second seat is District 7. And on District 9, we have for consideration, the candidate that I interviewed is current BART Director Bevan Dufty. Is there a motion on that endorsement?
Mr. Chair, I move the endorsement of Bevan Dufty.
Second.
Okay.
So
I
we
make a
have
motion to move by acclamation.
Yes.
So we have a motion to move by acclamation by Member Kim and a second by Secretary Lee. So motion and a second to endorse Bevan Dufty by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
So an abstention by Member Barry. So Bevan Dufty is endorsed by acclamation. Congratulations to our BART Director, Bevan Dufty, and fellow DCCC member. And the second BART seat is District 7, and that's current Director Latifa Simon. Is there a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we support by acclamation.
The
Lofton.
motion to support Latifa Simon by acclamation. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Duffy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Abstention by Member Barry and abstention by Lieutenant Governor Kolanakis.
Feinstein.
And also by Member Feinstein. So the motion carries and BART Director Latifa Simon is endorsed by acclamation. Congratulations to Director Simon and again to Director Duffy. Thank you for your service and proud to endorse you for re-election. We'll now move to, yes.
Lieutenant Governor Proxy Megan Miller wanted to say a few words before the endorsement, but we started. Can she say a few words? She had a short statement to make.
Fine. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Mullins.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight on behalf of Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. I'm here to listen and help our Lieutenant Governor stay engaged with the San Francisco Democratic Party. Right now, she is inundated and hasn't yet reviewed all of these important resolutions and endorsement decisions that will be taken here tonight, but she deeply, deeply values the activism and work of the county central committees across the state, and I'm happy to bring any specific feedback back to her. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Mullins. We appreciate the comments. Anything else? We'll move on to the second section of the endorsements, and that's for school board candidates. And I'm going to turn it over to our secretary member Janice Lee to explain the process. But let me say that the candidates that are being considered for the 4 seats that are open are Matt Alexander, Kevin Bogus, and I apologize if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, Alita Fisher, Paul Kangas, Jenny Lamb, Michelle Parker, and Mark Sanchez.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair Campos, sorry. I think that is an important point to make sure we're pronouncing people's names correctly. So I would love to know, I think it's Kevin Bogus. If someone can confirm that, I think it would be great.
Is that correct? Is it Kevin Bogus? Is that the right pronunciation? And I know we heard from Mr. Bogus before.
Yes.
I believe that's correct, Member Loftus.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I will turn it over to our secretary to explain the process for how we're going to vote on the 4 seats. And as I understand it, it's going to be done seat by seat, not the 4 candidates together. Madam Secretary.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Campos. That is correct. This was instituted before my time, and so we are going to go seat by seat. So when I call your name, and we are going to go alphabetical first with elected members before we go into ex officio. So I'll start with Member Avalos. So I'm going to say seat 1. Do not give me 4 names, 2 names. You can only give me 1 name at a time. If no one meets that threshold, so if no singular candidate or no endorsement meets the threshold, we will simply redo that round of voting for that seat.
I have to ask a question. When were these new procedures enacted? Because as recently as the last school board election, this is never the way it's been done. You call out 4 names, and if the names get a majority, then that's the way it works. I've been on the county committee for 30 years. I don't understand this.
So I've not been on the committee for 30 years, and I sought experience from people who have been on the committee in the past. I've talked to the past recording secretary. I'm going to pass it over to our semi-parliamentarian first vice chair, Leah, to explain.
Yeah.
Never been done this way. There aren't seats. You vote for 4.
Matthew,
That's
can
the
we
way
let
the elections are.
So hold on, Matthew, I'm gonna turn it over to our parliamentarian.
Yeah, in 2016, we attempted doing it where we would call the roll and everyone would announce 4 candidates. it got very confusing to tally up the results in like within the same meeting. And so the bylaws committee got together and came up with a solution, which was we would call the roll for seat 1, because there are 4 seats up. And so we'd call the roll for seat 1, and everyone will announce a single candidate who they would like to see within seat 1. Then based on the tally, whoever has the least number of votes is taken off, and we will go and do the roll call again until a candidate reaches the threshold of receiving a simple majority. That's how it's described in our bylaws, and that is how we have done it for the past 2, or at least the past few Board of Ed elections.
Well, I just want to, Mr. Chairman, through the chair, that's not how we've done it before. We didn't do it this way. This is the first time we're doing it this way, just for clarification.
Well, I just want to note, the point is taken. I would note that in fact is not the case. That in fact, and I can tell you that we can go back to the minutes of the last vote that was taken, and the reason, by the way, that the change was made was for 2 reasons. One, the confusion that was outlined by Vice Chair Lacroix, but second, there was actually a concern that when you do the votes combined with 4 selections, that actually has the potential to overemphasize the importance of no endorsement, to the extent that's one of the choices that is presented, and that was a concern that was also identified. So
you're asking us then, how do we know who's in what seat? Because the candidates haven't applied for seat 1, 2, 3, or 4.
So
I mean, and you can look at.
Chair Campos, sorry. Yes. I think that if we can move the discussion forward, here's my recommendation.
So Matthew, what I
We've
would
never
say,
done it like this before.
Well, I think you have made that point, and we're noting that in fact is not the case. That in fact this was done differently before.
When the last time we voted for school board was in 18, and we didn't do it this way in 18.
People in public comment are also saying that too. Did Co-Chair Obanez, did you have a suggestion?
We've never done it this way before,
That's
David.
my recollection as
Well,
well.
I think Matthew, you've made the point, and if you have a motion to do it and the way that you want to do it, you can make that motion and we can vote on it.
I'm not saying that. I just think that, the members, I'm not trying to be argumentative at all, but we've never done it this way before. We weren't told in advance as the ways before. And essentially, so you call out like seat 1, what are you supposed to choose your top priority? You're supposed, because I mean, I've been told as a proxy for an elected official of who the people that has been endorsed by Scott. How am I supposed to know which name to call out first? I mean, this is
I'm going to turn it over to Member Ibanez.
Yeah,
it's a flawed process.
Thank you so much. I would like to make a recommendation that, well, this is my recommendation. I would like to recommend the following: 1, Matt Alexander; 2, Kevin Bogus; 3, Jenny Lamb; 4, Mark Sanchez, in that order, based on the seats, because there's no seats, but that's the order.
Ma'am, there are several.
You're out of order. You're out of order.
Calling
this, not you.
Wait a minute. You're telling who your 4 candidates are. You have every right to vote for them.
I made a recommendation, and that is a recommendation.
So the wait a minute. This is really out of order, Mr. Chairman. A member, she has every right to be for the people she's for. There's no question about it. But she doesn't have a right to say this one's for this seat 1, this one's for seat 2, this one. There are 10 people. What? That's not democratic. That's not fair. That's not an open process or election.
Okay, Matthew, you have made your point. You have made your point. The recommendation from the chair, based on what the secretary has indicated, is to take the vote on a seat-by-seat basis. And I want to just ask the secretary again, is that how you would like to proceed?
Yes.
And Secretary Lee.
My hand is raised. I'm sorry. Is there an opportunity for?
It's wrong.
Yes,
It's
and
not up to the secretary.
I normally
Matthew,
wouldn't speak like
Matthew,
this.
you have
Kind of,
spoken. I would ask you to please give other people an opportunity to speak. To Member Tink.
I normally wouldn't speak out like this, but just me as Alex Walker, I have been to several for years for endorsement meetings, and for multi-seat races, we would call out 4 names or 3 names and no endorsement, or just 3 names and the last one would be abstain or whatever. But then we'd all go through and tally which candidates got how many votes, because there's 33 members of the body. So if Matt Alexander got 33 votes and or got 17 votes, he'd be endorsed. But then there could be more than one person who would reach that threshold, and then we go through other rounds, drop people off, and then see who could get a majority of the votes. And that's what I had to go back to the minutes, but that's what I remember us doing, because I have 4 people I'm going to be voting for. How do I go to pick one person for one seat, and then if they don't make it, they get dropped off? Like, I'm really confused.
You're wrong, David.
Member Loftus had her hand raised.
Member Loftus.
So I appreciate your enthusiasm, Matthew, or Member Rothschild, but I think that the point that I would like to make, I agree with you. It's somewhat different. Part of what I need to do as a new member is I ask people, how do I vote on this? And I had multiple conversations, because as a parent of public school kids, this is probably the most important thing to me other than the presidential race. So I've given it a lot of time and a lot of thought, and I found out how I'm supposed to vote, and I prepared that way. And so, Chair Campos, I believe that there was no ill intention in this, and I agree with many of the suggestions that are being put forward. But I do think process-wise, if this is the first time we've done it this way, it's very difficult for us new members to participate in this way and then make a decision now over who's our first person or how do we go along. So I would ask if other people feel the same way. I just feel ill prepared, and now that's problematic given how important these races are.
This is what I will suggest. Okay, and let me just say this, that the process that has been outlined just now is a process that was put forward based on consultation with the outgoing recording secretary, and that's Member Francis Shea, who indicated that based on the work that was done by the committee, the bylaws committee, that was what was recommended. That said, I understand the point, and the last thing that I want is to have a process that people is unfair and confused, and people feel that they're not prepared to vote following that process. So let's try this, and it seems that notwithstanding the prior confusion with this process, let's go back to what has been suggested, which is that we are going to call on each person, each member, and have that member give 4 choices. Okay, and so for the Board of Education, when your name is called, you will basically provide the 4 choices. And the 4 choices are, for each choice, one of the candidates, the name of the candidate, abstention, or no endorsement. Again, the name of the candidate, abstention, or no endorsement. And based on what is said, there will be a threshold for each one of those choices to see who gets to the majority. That process, by the way, will be a little complicated because you have 4 choices. It will have to be tallied, and we have to decide, based on that, who actually has met the threshold. And just to know that the threshold, depending on what happens with abstentions, could change. But I also want to note that the no endorsement could actually, if it has enough of votes, could actually be a choice. So you could have a situation where 2 candidates are endorsed and no endorsement wins for 2 of those options. Member Galata.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Campos. I think that I'd like kind of a point of information or clarification, because my memory is that issue with no endorsements and abstention was the reason why we shifted to a different way of tallying the votes. Now, I understand we'll go back to the 4, listing out the 4, but I just would ask that if someone votes for 2 people and then votes for no endorsement, how those no endorsements are tallied is very important, because otherwise you're double counting. No endorsement might end up stacking up to a very high number of votes, which then blocks other people, actual candidates that have received votes. So I just want to be clear on how we're counting those abstentions and no endorsements tonight, so that they are don't impact actual candidate votes negatively because people are double no endorsements or doubling up on abstentions.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, Matthew. Excuse me, Member Lee.
So Chair, a few points of clarification. So first, Matthew, I really do think that you have to let other people speak, and it's very unfair when you just take over the space and are not called upon by the chair. That's the first point. The second point is I did double check and look at 2018, and thanks to the executive director, in 2018, the process was changed to go vote by vote, and I have the tally sheets from that vote for school board and state college board. And that was the case. We went seat by seat. That was a new process, and it is for the reason that Member Galata had just expressed. The last thing I'll say is that I'm not currently set up to do that sort of voting. I will make it happen. I take the guidance from you all. I am not personally trying to set a certain process to manipulate or change up the way this happens. I want to run, as you can tell, the cleanest process I possibly can as recording secretary. So I will do what is guided by the chair and by this committee as a whole. I will defer to co-chairs Ibanez and Barry. I may not be able to tally up votes quickly. I may not be able to fully tally up these votes within the next 30 minutes or so if we do a different method of voting. And I will have to defer to the chair, Chair Campos, and the co-chairs of the endorsements committee if there's something that I don't fully understand how to tally.
What we will do is that we will proceed. Is there any other comment? Member Baraka. Member Baraka, Member Levitt, and then Member Rothschild.
Chair Campos, is this the opportunity if we have any discussion around any of the candidates? Is it the time?
Not yet. Let's focus on process for now, and then we'll go to candidates. Member Levitt.
So I understand how stressful this is either way, and how much work this puts on Member Janice Lee to do all the tallying. So thank you for having done this through multiple rounds. If we do end up deciding that we do force, all 4 candidate names or no endorsement for each member, then my recommendation for the internal tally sheet is just to replace the seat names with the names of each of the candidates. And then you could just easily check as you go through each of the numbers. But I am hearing the concerns about what happens around the no endorsements. And also if you lowered the threshold with an abstention, like which threshold are you lowering? Do you lower it? Do you need, yeah, so that point is confusing. And I wonder if our parliamentarian can help to research that last piece. I do remember in the 2018 College Board endorsements, we had the board at that time, the members had an issue around that no endorsement being like a candidate, and there was some confusion as to how the no endorsements were counted. And it took multiple rounds. It could have just kept going and going. So that is the challenge that I've heard from the way of doing it, where you say all your candidates at the same time.
Anyone else? Member Lacroix?
Can you, sorry, Lee, can you repeat your question? I missed it. I was typing. Yeah,
How would abstentions work? So if you have an abstention and that only happens with, let's say, 3 members, right? How does it affect? For like 4 seats, right?
That's part of the reason why we came up with the procedure that we used last time around. Yes.
Matthew, can you please let them speak? You will have an opportunity.
The bylaws committee came up with that proposal because we realized that counting, no endorsements are essentially counted as its own separate candidate. And so that's why when Chair Campos described it as like, it can be, 2 candidates and 2 no endorsements because it's treated as such. And then it came up with this question of like, well, how do you determine whether is it candidate A, candidate B, no endorsement, or candidate A, candidate B, no endorsement, abstention? Like, how do you tally that? And so there wasn't any clear way to determine how best to tally. And so that's when we came up with the proposal and process that we've used previously to say, we are just going to call the roll and treat each seat, because there are 4 seats available. They are not ranked, and so I'm not suggesting that any of them are ranked, but there are in essence 4 seats available. And so we go seat 1 and we call down the roll and we see which candidate does not, if there is no simple majority, then we remove the candidate who has the least amount of votes and call the roll again. And that process is described in our bylaws.
Well, Matthew, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak, and then what I'm going to do.
I'll be, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be quick, but I disagree with the parliamentarian. That's not the case. And I respect her very much, but you drop the person who's the last when it's certainly like the Board of Supervisors or something where you're voting for one person. That in our bylaws does not apply to a multi-seat race. Never has. I've been on the committee since 1988. We've never had these problems before. I'm a little confused as to why it is. And you can look at the notes of what people have been writing in the chat rooms. I think uniformly they all agree with me. I want to say one thing. One, if you abstain from the race. You can't abstain twice. So I don't know where that came from. If you abstain, you're not voting. A no endorsement is always a vote for one of your 4. But you generally, over the years, when we voted in these races, people get more than a majority. So I also wanted to point out to the chairman that it's possible that you get more than a majority, but you're not one of the top 4, and therefore you're not endorsed. It's the top 4 vote getters that are endorsed with the majority. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to let anyone else make a comment. And what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to ask for a ruling, notwithstanding what I said earlier. I'm going to ask for a ruling from the parliamentarian. And based on that ruling, I'm going to ask for a vote on whether or not to follow the guidance from the parliamentarian. Member Loftus.
Yeah, I will just say that clearly I'm so grateful that Janice, Secretary Lee, Member Lee, has done research and understands we did this in 2018. I don't think that's everyone's actual recollection. It's not, these bylaws that we're talking about are not online. And I just really do think, I don't know that we're serving these candidates who've worked so hard that we clearly don't even know how we're supposed to vote. And people who came from ex officios, or even for myself, have not understood this process. And so I just want to say that even if some people, this is like the example of kind of back room, like some people know the process, but I'm telling you with all honesty, I had no idea and couldn't find it anywhere online. And so for me to now have to figure out to make sure that I'm not being disenfranchised in my ability to fully vote after I've given it a lot of thought and a lot of time is really disappointing. And I don't think it is the type of committee that we want to be, transparent, fair. However this comes out, let's make sure we run a process. And if we as a body right now are telling the people watching and ourselves that we don't know how to vote or what system we're going to adopt, I think we need to think about whether we're ready to vote on this at all.
Any other comments?
I see Member Baraka.
Yes.
Yes. Who is that?
Next, Keith Baraka.
Yes, Member Baraka.
I would just like to highlight the fact that it looks like our regional director, Kelly, said that there aren't detailed instructions, and it looks like Member Lee also agreed with that. And I thought I heard mention that there was a change in the bylaw. So was it changed or was it not changed?
So in bylaws, Article 6, Section 2, it says endorsements require 50% plus one members voting and present. At the conclusion of each ballot, if no candidate has received the required majority, the name of the candidate receiving the least votes will be deleted from the listing of candidates on the succeeding ballots. In races where there are multiple candidates for the same position, the committee will continue voting until an endorsement of a candidate or no endorsement is achieved.
So can you explain what you believe that means, Madam Parliamentarian, how you read that?
How I read that is that we, in the process that we described earlier, we will take the seats as, for seat 1, for the vacancy on the Board of Education, and we will call the roll, and everyone will say the name of a candidate they would like to see, and we will determine whether or not anyone reaches a majority. If no one does, then the person with the least amount of votes will be taken off, and then we will call the roll again. It is more time consuming, yes, but it is the clearest way to come to a consensus around who we all agree should be the first, or not the first because it's not ranked, but who should fill one of the vacant seats on the Board of Education.
That's wrong.
Senator Loftus.
I do have a question. Yeah. So okay, I'm following. I think I'm following. So but we have to have 4 seats in terms of the no endorsement. If the biggest concern is the no endorsement, I would say, Mary Poppins, Mulan, no endorsement, no endorsement. So wouldn't that mean that my no endorsements would be for a 3rd seat? If we have to treat it like a seat one way or the other is the way that I think about it. So that's a no endorsement for that seat, and that's a no endorsement for that seat. So the part that I can't quite follow is why that's so problematic if we have to sort of adopt these seats to do it the way you all are talking about, which is the shift. So maybe if you could explain that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so it's instead of everyone saying like 4 names or 3 names and a no endorsement, it just makes it a little more clear when it comes to tallying, like which group of names or which no endorsement goes into which bucket. And so when it comes time to produce all of the results.
Excuse me, Matthew, you will have an opportunity. If you raise your hand, I will recognize you. Please, let's not interrupt each other, okay?
I'm not interrupting.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You're out of order.
So it will just make it clearer when it comes time to turn over the results, which name goes in which area, as well as if no endorsement is being counted, it's not double counted in one section or, misappropriated in another.
So I would just argue that I think we're overemphasizing sort of process and the difficulty of the process over the substantive part of allowing each member to make their 4 votes. And I would just argue that is, if I understand it, certainly logistics and the challenge for our secretary are real. And I would offer myself as a second person, I don't know, to back up and try to count and help count if that is helpful. But I do think that the process part of it is important, but making sure each member is able to vote for their 4 people, certainly for the ex officios and folks who came in with that idea, seems like it would be worth balancing versus the piece of some sort of clarity that I think we would be able to figure out either way.
Yeah, I hear you, member Loftus. I feel like how, just for everyone to kind of get a better understanding how we came to this decision years back was because there was a time when we approached a school board election and everyone kind of said their 4 names, and there was no clear result. And so we end up having to re-vote in the middle of a voting process. And that was more confusing. And so we were like, well, how can we avoid doing something like what we're describing now, which is like saying 4 names and seeing how the chips fall. We wanted to avoid having that because it was more confusing when it came down to like really counting and attributing each vote to the person that was saying that name.
Member Thomas, then Member Duffy, and then Member Rothschild.
Well, I think Member Lee gave us a thorough explanation of what she's trying to do and why she wanted to do it that way, and the parliamentarians ruled on it. There's been a challenge to the parliamentarian. I feel like the next step is for us to vote on this challenge, and everybody kind of understands the pros and cons, and so I'd like to move the question of the challenge. Vote.
Before that happens, I will just say that I am not attached one way or another. I think like however we decide to vote is how we move forward. I think as parliamentarian and as I would encourage everyone to go with the process that was outlined earlier. Personally, however we decide to vote is good with me. But as the parliamentarian, I do have that recommendation for us to proceed that way.
Member Duffy.
Yeah, AJ, I just want to ask if it's okay for those of us that haven't spoken, just to thank you. So I would say that my biggest fear about the proposal is that if there is a candidate that we're planning to support, like if I just go alphabetically and I support Matt Alexander and others do, and Mark Sanchez doesn't get any votes in that round, he could be dropped off. And so that's kind of my concern. And so what I would argue is that if we do take the proposal to do it individually, I just don't think that we should exclude candidates. We might be doing more rounds, but I think it would be an injustice if it just happens on one round that a lot of people vote for one candidate initially and then another candidate is excluded who may have a majority of support. So I'm just bringing up that concern about it, that I just don't want to have people excluded. I would rather have more rounds of voting to see if we get to a consensus around 4 seats.
Member Ting, and then
Campos.
Member Loftus.
Chair Campos, could you add
Yes,
me also?
And then Member Ting.
So first of all, I'll be quick. I mean, first of all, I do want to thank Member Lee and LaCroix and everyone else who is working through this. I know my memory may be bad of 2018. I have 2 points of information. First point of information is are raised hands the way to join the queue for discussion? Because I put my raised hand up on the thing, and I just want to make sure to know if we're recognized or if there's an order of discussion raised hands. I think it'd be good to kind of implement a system so we kind of know who's in what order. And happy to step back. I already said something. So and then second point of information is just more relevant really is I've been thinking about this more. I think I get it, is that for seat 1, we're going to scatter shot with so many names. We're going to do multiple rounds. One person's going to eventually get the most votes, I guess, and then get endorsed, even though more than one person may get, well, I guess only one person get a majority. So then I'm guessing then for seat 2, that person who got endorsed is removed, but then everyone else who's still viable gets put into seat 2, minus, let's say Matt Alexander gets the first seat. Everyone else gets put into seat 2 to vote again, correct?
Right. That's how it could conceivably work.
Conceivably, okay.
I mean, that's how it would work.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I want to make sure I know, because I'm trying to think what name I'm going to say first, and then how many rounds we're going to go before we get a person, and then.
Okay, Member Tung.
Thank you, Chair Campos. So in the event that we did do the say all of your votes all at once, I have modified Member Lee's spreadsheet to actually tally that. So if she puts a 1 in under the person's name, it will automatically tally at the bottom. So I'm going to share that with her if we want to do it that way, but I just wanted to offer something helpful in the event that we use that alternative.
I think the proxy for Member Chu and then Member Chen.
Thank you, Chair Campos. I just wanted to, this is news to me, and it does fundamentally change this, not necessarily the strategy of the vote, but it does have unforeseen implications in the order that we vote. like Member Duffy mentioned, if, it happens to just have, it does introduce an element of chance where there are inadvertent removals of candidates from consideration, not necessarily because they don't have the support that is necessary to be considered by the body, but just because of the format in which we're voting. So I just think there's a lot to consider here, and this change does have a really an extreme level of impact into the potential consequence of our votes. I also have a spreadsheet that will automatically tally as we go along, if that's helpful. If it's also helpful, there's like a share screen feature here, so we can throw it up to make sure that the votes are being calculated in real time. So I think there are solutions that we can, be supportive and help and make this a smooth process that will also kind of align with, I think, a lot of the members' expectations for how this vote was going to go.
So I'm going to recognize Member Chen and then Member Ma.
Hi, I think the main concern right now is the abstentions and the no endorsements. So if we do the 4 names at once, we could say no abstention for spot 1, spot 2, spot 3, spot 4. So each abstention is correlated with a slot. So we would know that it's not double counted for the other slots. And we could also do that for the no endorsements too. So we know exactly like, okay, there are this many slots and there's so many no endorsements for that particular slot. So then it's a little bit more clear, and I think people feel a little bit more comfortable with that.
Thank you. Member Ma? And then Member Loftus.
Thank you, Chair Campos. I just want to also echo the statements of the other proxies. I do appreciate the time and effort and consideration that has been put into this, and I do not want to make this any more complicated than it already is. But I do have my instructions, and it is not a ranked vote, and this does have a large impact on how I will vote. So I just, I know this complicates things, but I would just like to strongly advocate that we stay with just voting all 4 at once. Anyway, thank you so much, Chair.
Member Loftus?
Yeah, and I will just say that I think I'm going to vote for 4 candidates. They're all amazing. I think the people who matter the most are these candidates, and whoever gets the endorsement feeling like this was a fair process. I will just say that it does feel like some folks have an idea of how not to mess up their votes, and some of us don't. And I don't want to mess up my votes. I care a lot about it. I know none of you do either. So I would just say that I think that there are technical ways for us. If the goal was to try to not make this confusing and we change the rules, we've already failed because it's clearly confusing. So we can check that box and then endeavor to work together to make sure all of our votes are what they need to be. And I would just ask that it's not, I don't think this is a matter of the parliamentarian ruling. I think there's a bigger issue here, Chair Campos, as to the this body and people of a number of members saying they don't feel prepared to make this vote right now. And I think we can address it.
So this is what I will recommend, and I want to thank everyone for their comments. I have to say that the people that have been working on this, and I will specifically talk about former member Francis Shea, who recorded the votes the last time, and there's a tally sheet, by the way, that actually has the vote seat by seat. So I think that the interpretation that was presented was grounded on that, right? On something that was done the last time. I recognize that people don't feel that way, and that as evident by the fact that many members, especially proxies, came in thinking that the vote was going to be a certain way. The last thing that I want is to have a process and a vote where people feel disenfranchised, where people feel that we changed the rules. And notwithstanding the fact that I do think that there was justification for what was recommended, my suggestion would be that we proceed by having 4 votes presented by each member. If there is an abstention, that abstention, I would say, applies to the entire vote. If you're going to abstain, that means that you abstain with respect to all 4 seats, because I think that the abstention otherwise is too confusing as to when it applies. So if you do want to abstain, then that abstention will have to be with respect to all 4 seats. And so I think that the devil is in the detail in terms of where the votes fall. It may be that for most of these candidates, there is clarity as to who has the support of the body. There may be some questions after the vote is taken where that may not be the case. And so we have to have some time to revisit the tally. But I think that in light of the comments that have been made, that if we proceeded to do a seat by seat vote, that there would be questions about the integrity of this and the fairness of the process. And that's the last thing that I want for the candidates, for us as a body. That said, I do think that that we have to, as a body, revisit these rules to figure out, whatever we decide, the clearest, succinct way that we can explain it to ourselves and to our members. So that would be my recommendation. And unless there is an objection, I would proceed that when we do the roll call, that you provide 4 choices, and those are candidates, no endorsement, and if you're going to abstain, the abstention applies to all 4 seats. Is there any objection to that? Okay, Madam Secretary, I know that this has been very complicated, and we thank you for your patience. And I know that it's going to take time for us to go through this process. And so I would like to request and take up Member Loftus's suggestion that she will provide a second count, if you will, to make sure that there is as much accuracy as possible. And it may be, folks, that once the initial vote is taken, that we may need to take a couple of minutes to go through a tally to see what makes sense. So now I'm going to turn it to our secretary. Madam Secretary, are you okay to proceed with 4 choices when we call the roll?
I am doing what you all ask. I am just describing the limitations that I have, and I will do my very best. I do not have any preference, any value of one way over another. I will, do what you all ask. So we're going to start with Board of Education. And here are your options based on what Chair Campos has described. So you will give me for all 4 seats. Your options are Matt Alexander, Kevin Bogus, Alita Fisher, Paul Kangas, Jenny Lamb, Michelle Parker, Mark Sanchez, no endorsement, or you can abstain for all 4 seats. So for example, I'm just going to do this alphabetically. You could say Matt Alexander, Kevin Bogus, Alita Fisher, no endorsement. You can say no endorsement, no endorsement, no endorsement, no endorsement. Does that make sense? I'm just waiting for nods. Okay, we're going to go alphabetically, starting with elected members and then on to ex officio. So please name 4 things, either 4 candidates or a mix of candidates, and no endorsement or abstention across the board. So, and I've shared this sheet with multiple people, so y'all can sort of see my work here. Member Avalos.
Before you go on, Member Lead, Chair Campos, is this the time for discussion?
So I think that we have explained the process, and now before we do the vote, Madam Secretary, I'm going to open up the floor so that people can speak on the substance of the endorsement and for or against any particular choice. So Member Baraka and then Member Dufty.
I would just like to quickly say that I really appreciate the United Educators San Francisco for picking 4 excellent candidates. And I'll just quickly say that I'm going to support those candidates, but I must say that I think that Alita Fisher was an excellent candidate. She's looking out for members in our United School District, or sorry, San Francisco Unified School District that have special needs, and we need to make sure that we look out for those students. So I would just like to say that even though I won't be able to support Alita tonight, she is a very, very close runner-up for me, and I would just like the United Educators to think about the special needs students in the future, especially when we have such an excellent advocate like Alita looking out for their needs. So that is all.
Thank you. Member Duffy?
No comment, sorry.
Okay, any other comment, Member Lacroix?
Yes, I would like to align myself with Member Baraka's comments, just in support of the candidates put forth by UASF, but also highlighting Alita Fisher as an aunt to a young person who graduated from public school and is also a young person with special needs. I think having that voice on a school board is very important. There's a lot of young people who end up just falling through the cracks because they have IEPs and they have things, you know, that aren't a part of the traditional classroom setting. And it's very important to make sure that those young people are represented and counted and you know, just brought to the limelight, because, you know, those are the young people who really, really need the support and attention of our school district. So thank you.
Any other comments? Member Avalos?
Thank you. This is really hard choice that we have. We have at least five really excellent candidates who are worthy of our support for the school board. And I do want to, I worked with all of them. Jenny Lamb has been an incredible community organizer and advocate with Chinese for Affirmative Action. And I'm eternally grateful for her work in helping to build a constituency, the local hire measure back in 2010. But I can't support someone who has, you know, dual allegiances between the mayor's office and the public. And I don't think that's something that is a good thing, a good look for the city. I actually really think that Alita Fisher makes a really great candidate. I'm a parent of a kid who has special needs, who has had an IEP for many of her years in the San Francisco Unified School District. And we face incredible discrimination, incredible bureaucracy dealing with the Special Office of Special Ed. We need people who are strong advocates on the school board that can actually make that office work for families and children of special needs. And I'm wholeheartedly supporting Alita Fisher for her candidacy.
Colleagues, any other comments? Member Loftus?
Yeah, I would just say that, you know, I think there's nothing more important than our kids. And to the extent to which we have political affiliations, you'll see in who I'm supporting that I'm supporting people who've never supported me or anybody who's ever remotely been affiliated with me, but who in their heart of hearts care about our kids and are going to do the right thing. And so I'm just grateful for this process and to learn and meet some incredible people, and just remind all of us that if there's ever something that should transcend politics, it should be pick the people who you think will fight like hell for our kids.
Any other comments? I do want to just say something about this, because I do think that in the end it's all about the kids. I mean, I worked as a general counsel for the school board, and you know, represented a number of you actually, you know, Commissioner Kim and others as your lawyer, and I think at the end, yeah, it is about kids. But I think that to do right by kids, you also have to have the right roles for different people. And I do have a concern about an elected member of the Board of Education working for an elected mayor. I think it's a very difficult thing. And I have expressed my concerns to Commissioner Jenny Lamb. And I have concerns about the independence. That said, for me, and for those of us who ran for DCCC, we ran with the support of the teachers, and I think with something like this, as much as I may have concerns, I will defer to the educators that are in the classroom. And the teachers, the paraprofessionals went through a process and they endorsed four candidates. And Jenny Lamb was one of them. And so I'm going to defer to them. And in that deference, I will be supporting the UESF slate. So that said, unless there's any other comment, we're going to proceed to the vote and go to Secretary Lee to do.
Chair Campos, can I?
Oh, yes, Member Morales.
This is, yes, I mean, in some ways, I want to echo a lot of what has been said. I think this is a difficult kind of endorsement in some ways for good reasons, because in some ways we do have both in for folks running for College Board and for the Board of Education, more great folks than seats available. And so in some ways that's really great. Particularly for Board of Education, I have to say that it is important for me to name that the Native American community and Native American students are very underrepresented, that rarely, the community brings issues forth. And when there is, I know that the mural issue is very controversial still, was very controversial when it was voted on. And it is concerning that Commissioner Lamb changed her vote, right, on that particular issue. And I know for me, not being from here and having an Indigenous father, that was really hard for me to sit with. And at the same time, I have, my chosen family here in the US has kids, so I have nieces and nephews, and I also have chosen family here in the US who are teachers, one in San Francisco, one in Alameda County. And I think particularly teachers are always very important, but I think particularly now, seeing the struggles of both of these sisters of mine with their kids at home and being teachers, I think now with the pandemic, it's more important than ever to understand that teachers need to be resourced, that schools need to be resourced in larger ways. And I think UESF has been doing an incredible job fighting for our kids, because their education really is, we're trusting teachers to educate them, to be resourced, to be in the kind of the best space to be able to do that. And so for me, that's why I'm going to be voting with the UASF endorsed candidates, because there are 150 members that voted for this, and that there is, right, not just a simple majority that gets kind of like to elect the endorsed candidates. And so this was really hard for me, but I really needed to speak on the issue, because I am hoping that that this commissioner, if she wins, that she will expand kind of her constituency and her priority issues. So thank you.
Member Ibanez. I think you're on mute. You're on mute.
Happens all the time. Yeah, I do want to say that our teachers and paraeducators endorsement, what we go through is not an easy process, and it's not a simple process. It's a very rigorous process that the candidates go through. They have to go through a bunch of meetings, then they have to meet with the memberships. And I know that Member Morales mentioned that we had a meeting, a COPE membership meeting, where over 150 members did show up to this meeting to interview the candidates and ask them questions. And then the threshold to get the membership recommendation for an endorsement, it's very high. It's not a simple majority. It's actually a 2/3. And the candidates that I am recommending to endorse, Matt Alexander, Kevin Bogus, Jenny Lamb, Mark Sanchez, received not only did they just receive the threshold, the threshold that they received was very, very high. And so I urged your support for these candidates. Our teachers, they know the issues that impacts our students, and without the resources, and also when our teachers don't have a voice to make their working conditions better, we know that our students' quality education is impacted. And this is the reason why we've endorsed these candidates. And this is not to say that the other candidates that are running are not good candidates. However, this is what the members feel, that these are the candidates that will work best with our educators, with our families, to ensure that our kids do have a quality education. And so with that, I urge for your support of these 4 candidates. Thank you.
That was not Nacho, just for the record. He wanted me to say that. One suggestion that I have before we begin the vote is for those of us who are supporting the teacher slate, but just in general, to make it easier for a secretary, when I vote for the teacher slate, I'm going to do it in alphabetical order so that it's easier to track. So the order that I'm going to be voting for with these 4 candidates that were endorsed by USF are Matt Alexander, Kevin Bogus, Jenny Lamb, and Mark Sanchez, just for the record, so that it's easier for Janice Lee to track it. Any other comments? Seeing no other comments, we're going to now turn finally to our recording secretary, Janice Lee, for the roll call.
All right, thank you everyone for your comments. So once again, we're going to start with school board, and you're going to give me 4 things, either candidates, no endorsement, and if you abstain, you need to abstain across the board. Once again, your options are Matt Alexander, Kevin Bogus, Alita Fisher, Paul Kangas, Jenny Lamb, Michelle Parker, Mark Sanchez, no endorsement, or abstention for all 4. So I'm going to start with you, Member Avalos. Can you give me 4 selections?
Alita Fisher, Matt Alexander, Kevin Bogus, Mark Sanchez.
So for Avalos, I'm going to repeat this back. So for Member Avalos, Fisher, Alexander, Bogus, Sanchez. Member Baraka.
Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez.
Thank you. So Member Baraka, that was Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez. Member Barry.
Alexander, Bogus, Fisher, Sanchez.
Thank you, Member Barry. That was Alexander, Bogus, Fisher, Sanchez. Chair Campos.
Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair Campos. That was Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez. Member Chen.
Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez.
Thank you. Member Chen, that was Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, and Sanchez. Member Dufty.
Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez.
Thank you. Member Dufty, that was Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, and Sanchez. And congratulations previously, Member Dufty. Member Galata?
Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez.
Thank you, Member Galata. That was Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez. Member Haney?
Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez.
Thank you. Member Haney was Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez. Member Ibanez?
Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez.
Thank you. Member Ibanez, that was Alexander, Bogus, Lamb. Member Kim?
Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, and Sanchez. And I just have to say, it's so exciting to have such an incredibly experienced slate running. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kim. That was Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez. Member Lacroix?
Pass.
All right, Member Lee, that's me. Alexander. Ooh, Alexander, I can't type and talk. Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez. Member Loftus.
Okay, Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Parker.
Member Loftus, that was Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Parker. Member Mahogany.
Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez.
Or isn't Lovett next?
Oh, yep.
I got your back. I got your back, Secretary.
Thank you. Well, I've recorded Member Mahogany, which is Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez. Member Lovett.
Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez.
Thank you. Member Lovett was Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez. On to Member Mandelman.
Member Mandelman.
Alexander. I'm sorry, no. Bogus Lamb Sanchez Parker.
And that was Member Duffy proxying for Member Mandelman. Is that correct?
Yes.
So Member Mandelman's votes were Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez, Parker.
Thank you.
Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez.
Thank you. Member Marr is Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez. Member Maliga.
Alexander Bogus. Oh, sorry about that, Kevin. What is it? Lamb and who's it? Sanchez.
Got it. So Member Maliga, that was Alexander Bogus Lamb and Sanchez. Member Morales.
Alexander Bogus Sanchez Lamb.
Member Morales was Alexander Bogus Sanchez Lamb. Member Raju.
Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez.
Thank you. Member Raju was Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez. Member Ronan.
Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez.
Thank you. Member Ronan was Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez. Member Thomas.
Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez.
Member Thomas is Alexander Bogus Lamb Sanchez. Member Tong.
Member Tung. You're mute. You're on mute.
I can return to you. Oh, no.
We needed a little comic relief, right? So I'm voting for Lamb Parker. No endorsement, no endorsement. Thank you.
So Member Tong, that is Lamb, no endorsement, no endorsement, no endorsement.
Lamb Parker, no endorsement.
Parker.
No endorsement.
Got it. Lamb, Parker, no endorsement, no endorsement. Member Williams. Member Chanel Williams.
Birthday girl, Member Williams.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to ex officio. I can return to Williams, unless you're there.
She's celebrating.
Okay, so I'm gonna move on to ex officio. Member Feinstein.
Lamb, Parker, no endorsement, no endorsement.
Got it. So Member Feinstein was was Lamb, Parker, no endorsement, no endorsement. Member Pelosi.
Fisher, Lamb, Parker, Sanchez.
Member Pelosi is Fisher, Lamb, Parker, Sanchez. Member Spear.
Abstain.
Member Spear is 4 abstentions across the board. Member Kounalakis.
Abstain.
Member Kounalakis is abstain across the board. Member Ma.
Jenny Lamb, Michelle Parker, no endorsement, no endorsement.
Member Ma is Lamb, Parker, no endorsement, no endorsement. Member Cohen.
Jenny Lamb, Kevin Bogus, Michelle Parker, Matt Alexander.
Thank you. Member Cohen is Lamb, Bogus, Parker, Alexander. Member Weiner.
Michelle Parker, Jenny Lamb, Kevin Bogus, and no endorsement.
Thank you. Member Weiner is Parker, Lamb, Bogus, no endorsement. Member Ting.
Bogus, Lamb, Parker, Sanchez.
Thank you. Member Ting is Bogus, Lamb, Parker, Sanchez. Member Chu.
Number 2 is Lamb, Parker, Sanchez, no endorsement.
Thank you. Chu is Lamb, Parker, Sanchez, no endorsement. And I'm going to go back to Member Lacroix.
Member Lacroix.
Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez.
Thank you. Lacroix was Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, Sanchez. I'm going to double check to see if Member Williams is partying hard and able to vote. Okay, I will take that as absent. And I cannot tell you the results, but I will be hard at work and others will be helping me. But I will tally them in just a moment.
Someone ping Member Williams, please.
I tried, she does not answer. I tried to call her and text her.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I can do this math pretty fast, I think. People who are in the sheet can check my math. I'm going to move forward and go to City College voting. If people are in the sheet and can look at the math, I can come back to it in a moment, but likely I will take a moment to tally everything up. So if it's all right with you, Chair, I would like to move forward and go to City College voting. Is that all right?
Unless there's an objection, that's fine with me. I mean, my sense of looking at the numbers without making any projections is that there are some clear choices and that it's just a matter of actually, tallying the exact number. But
yes, I can tell you the final sums and then we can officially do it. Okay, great. So at the end of all the votes, Alexander has received 22 votes. Kevin Bogus has received 25 votes. Alita Fisher has 3 votes. Paul Kangas has 0 votes. Jenny Lamb has 28 votes. Michelle Parker has 10 votes. Mark Sanchez has 24 votes. There are technically 8 abstentions because 2 people made abstentions across the board. There were 8 total no endorsements. So by these numbers, I will preliminarily say that Alexander, Bogus, Lamb, and Sanchez have received the DCCC endorsement.
I think that's a preliminary accurate, and we can come back and look at the exact numbers, but I think that that seems very accurate. So with that in mind, following the same process, we will now move on to the Board of City College Board of Trustees. And we again will follow the same process. There are 4 seats, and we will ask each member to provide the 4 options, which are 4 candidates or no endorsement, or if you abstain for all of the 4 seats. And the options for City College are, you just look here, Aaliyah Christie, Anita Martinez, Victor Olivieri, Jeanette Quick, Tom Temprano, Chanel Williams, Alan Wong, and Han Zhao, sorry.
I would also correct on the name thing. Sorry to be a stickler.
Madam Secretary, maybe you can pronounce them correctly.
Aaliyah Christie.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
But yes, so I think we all understand the process. And so I will once again start with Member Avalos. Give me 4 things.
And if I may say just something about just the substance of the candidates, because again, as was the case with Board of Education, that you have more qualified people than you have seats, and so I will be. Let me say this, that there are actually people that I'm personally endorsing. And the fact that I'm personally endorsing doesn't mean that that's what I will do in terms of the vote today with City College. There are people that I like and support, like Victor Olivieri and others. But in terms of the people that that I ran with, and sort of the consensus among those folks. The 4 people that I will be supporting are running together as a progressive slate. And those are Tom Temprano, Chanel Williams, Alan Wong, and Han Zhou. And so that's what I will be voting for. Thank you.
And can I get a clarification on how you pronounce Han's last name? Although I assume it's like Joe in Chinese, but
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your comments, Chair Campos. I'll start with Member Avalos.
Chisty, Temprano, Wong, and Zhou.
Avalos was Chisty, Temprano, Wong, Zhou. Member Baraka.
Wong, Williams, Temprano, and Zhou.
Thank you. Member Baraka. Wong, Williams, Temprano, Zhou. Member Barry.
Chisty, Birthday Girl Williams, Wong, and Zhou.
Member Barry was Chisty, Williams, Wong, and Zhou. Member Campos.
Temprano, Williams, Wong, and Zhou.
Chair Campos is Temprano, Williams, Wong, and Zhou. Member Chen.
Chisty, Williams, Wong, Temprano.
And Member Chen is Chisty, Williams, Wong, Temprano. Member Dufty.
Chisty, Wong, Williams, Temprano.
Member Dufty is Chisty, Wong, Williams, Temprano. Member Galata.
Temprano, Williams, Wong, Zhou.
Member Galata is Temprano, Williams, Wong, Zhou. Member Haney.
Temprano, Williams, Wong, Zhou.
Member Haney is Temprano, Williams, Wong, Zhou. Member Banyas.
Martinez, Williams, Wong, Zhou.
Member Banyas is Martinez, Williams, Wong, Zhou. Member Kim.
Temprano, Wong, Williams, Chisty.
Member Kim is Temprano, Wong, Williams, Chisty. Member Lacroix.
Birthday Girl Williams, Chisty, Wong, Temprano.
Member Lacroix is Williams, Chisty, Wong, Temprano. Member Lee passes. Member Loftus.
Wong, Williams, Temprano, Chisty.
Member Loftus is Wong, Williams, Temprano, Chisty. Member Lovett.
Temprano, Williams, Wong, and Zhou.
Member Lovett is Temprano, Williams, Wong, and Zhou. Member Mahogany.
Temprano, Williams, Wong, and Zhou.
Member Mahogany is Temprano, Williams, Wong, and Zhou. Member Mandelman, and that's proxy by Member Duffy.
You're muted, Bevan.
Sorry, everybody. Temprano, Williams, Wong, and Zhou.
Mandelman is Temprano, Williams, Wong, and Zhou. Member Marr.
Temprano, Williams, Wong, Zhou.
Thank you. Marr is Temprano, Williams, Wong, and Zhou. Member Maliga.
Wong, Williams, Temprano, and Christie.
Maliga is Wong, Williams, Temprano, Chisty. Member Morales.
Williams, Temprano, Zhou, Wong.
Member Morales is Williams, Temprano, Zhou, Wong. Member Raju.
Martinez, Williams, Zhou, Chisty.
Member Raju is Martinez, Williams, Zhou, Chisty. Member Ronan.
Oh, am I muted? Okay, no. Chisty, Williams, Wong, and Zhou.
Member Ronan is Chisty, Williams, Wong, and Zhou. Member Thomas.
Temprano, Williams, Wong, Zhou.
Thank you. Member Thomas is Temprano, Williams, Wong, Zhou. Member Tong.
Chisty, Oliveri, Quick, and Wong.
Member Tung is Chisty, Oliveri, Quick, Wong. Member Williams, I don't think she's here yet. So I'm going to move on to ex officio. Member Feinstein.
Chisty, Temprano, Williams, and Wong.
Member Feinstein is Chisty, Temprano, Williams, and Wong. Member Pelosi.
Williams, Temprano, Wong, and Oliveri.
Pelosi is Williams, Temprano, Wong, and Oliveri. Member Spear.
Abstain.
Member Spear is abstaining across the board. Member Kounalakis.
Abstain.
Member Kounalakis is abstaining across the board. Member Ma.
Apologies, couldn't get unmuted. Alan Wong, Tom Timprano, Chanel Williams, and Aaliyah Christie, or Chisty. Sorry, apologies.
Thank you, Member Ma. That's Wong, Temprano, Williams, Chisty. Member Cohen.
Temprano, Williams, Chisty, and Wong.
Member Cohen is Temprano, Williams, Chisty, and Wong. Member Weiner.
Yes, Tom Temprano, Victor Oliveri, Chanel Williams, and no endorsement.
Thank you. Member Weiner is Temprano, Oliveri, Williams, no endorsement. Member Ting.
Temprano, Williams, Wong, Zoe.
Member Ting is Temprano, Williams, Wong, Zoe. Member Chu.
Member Chu is Wong, Temprano, Williams, Oliveri.
Member Chu is Wong, Temprano, Williams, Oliveri. And then that goes back up to me. I will vote Williams, Temprano, Chisty, no endorsement. At the end, I can tell you the tally of votes, and I think this is as it stands. So the votes for Chisty, 15, Martinez, 2, Oliveri, 4, Quick, 1, Temprano, 25, Williams, 28, Wong, 27, Zoe, 16. There are 8 abstentions across the board. There are 2 no endorsements. If I have this right, that means the endorsements will be for Temprano, Williams, Wong, and Zoe.
Did Williams vote?
No.
She's not present.
Okay. She's at her party.
Can I get any confirmation that there is availability of a proxy, or is that confirmed that there's no proxy for Member Williams?
I have not received a proxy. Madam Executive Director, have you received a proxy for Williams?
No, I didn't receive any proxy for Williams.
It might be a battery issue. She's not, her phone's going right to
Yeah.
voicemail like it's dead.
I will just say that there needs to be some vote counting to account for the abstentions. That were because both Chisty and Zoe are right on the border. So those are the top vote counters. But I will verify with you all by, I'm hoping the end of this evening, because I know that there are a few more agenda items. So please bear with me. I'll get that back to you soon.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We're not going to close this item. We're going to remain, just, move on to the next item, which is number 7, which is the endorsement of Measure RR for the November 3rd, 2020 election. And this is the measure that to fund the Caltrain program. And
Move by acclamation, Mr.
we
Chairman.
have a motion to move by acclamation. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Loftus on Measure
I will
RR.
not be supporting this, but should I just abstain to make it easier?
You can abstain. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? So Member Kim, anyone else?
I'm abstaining too, Morales.
Same.
Member Morales. The motion passes and Measure RR is endorsed by the Democratic Party.
Chair,
We
can
will-
I repeat who moved the item to begin with?
Yes, it was seconded by Member Loftus, and who was the, it was
me, I
Member-
think, David.
Member Weiner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. And we will now move on to item 8, which is an item by Member Lovett, resolution in support of SB 1257, which was authored by Maria Elena Durazo to protect domestic workers by repealing exclusion from Cal OSHA workplace health and safety standards. Member Lovett.
I think Kim Alvarenga had said a lot about this particular resolution during public comment. We all know folks who are working very hard in people's homes. They are domestic workers. They do not have protections from Cal OSHA that so many other workers around the state have and deserve. And these are really trying times because we are living through a pandemic. We are dealing with season after season of wildfires. And in the recent wildfires, some of these workers were asked to stay behind and care for people's pets and homes, and they were expected to clean up after these fires and deal with the toxic impacts of these disasters that are very unnatural. So today's workers have to deal with so much more in the house, and especially when we're all sheltering in place. A lot of the workers are immigrant women whose households, whose families depend on them. So if we support SB 1257, it's really allowing workers who deserve the same protections that all other workers do, who work with dignity and really provide a lot of the essential services that happen in our households. So I ask that we vote in support of this resolution and to support SB 1257. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to be added as a co-sponsor, and if you can please put in the chat box if you'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to that item. So on the resolution supporting this bill, if we can have a motion to
support.
Motion to support by Weiner, second by Ibanez. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
And who abstained?
Feinstein.
Feinstein abstained. And who else?
And Kounalakis.
And Kounalakis. Feinstein and Kounalakis abstained. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And thank you, Kimberly Alvarenga, for bringing this important item to our attention. We will now move on to the next item, which is an item by Member Tung, that it's a resolution in support for and participation, that urge support and participation in the 2020 census. And of course, this is a very critical item. So thank you, Member Tung, for bringing it forward. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Campos. So I'll be brief. Everybody knows the census only happens once every 10 years, but it is critically important so that we in San Francisco get the funds from the federal government and that our state gets funding from the federal government and representation in the House of Representatives that is equal to our population. In San Francisco, we are lagging in terms of the statewide self-response rate and also in the Bay Area. So Alameda County is 73% responded already, Contra Costa County 75%, whereas when I checked the numbers today, San Francisco is at 63.7%. You know, we have vulnerable populations here, a large undocumented population, immigrant populations that don't participate in the census without additional urging. And I wanted to recognize Annie Chung and Self-Help for the Elderly and also CYC for their efforts in trying to rally around the Chinese community. This resolution just emphasizes the importance of it and urges our elected officials to participate and coordinate a response in their districts as well. So I welcome any co-sponsors, and thank you, Member Levitt, for also volunteering to be a co-sponsor of this.
Member Chu
resolution.
wanted to speak, and then Member Ting.
Yes, thank you, Chair Campos. Assemblymember Chu would just like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Okay. Member Ting.
Thanks. Member Ting would like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. Our office has really been recently putting in a lot of work on this issue. I was actually at Longfellow Elementary this morning with folks from the census in the school district at the meal give outs they have every Wednesday at the schools around the city. I encourage folks that are involved with the district or parents to come help out. We helped something like 20 people fill out census, but these were households of anywhere from 5 to 9 or 10 people in a household. So for each person that we get to fill out the census, it's $2,000 a year. So $20,000 over the 10 years of the census per person. So it is so important. So thank you for doing this. And I encourage folks to get involved where they can, making phone calls or helping people fill out or spreading the word. Thank you.
And I think there are a number of folks who have been requested to be added as co-sponsors: Moliga, Mar, Loftus, Mahogany, Morales, Galata. The one thing that I would say, and this is actually, I mean, it pains me to say this because in Santa Clara County, I actually oversee, one of the departments that I oversee is the Office of the Census. And Santa Clara County has, I think it's the second highest response rate of any county in the state right now, even though we're the 9th hardest to count county. And one of the reasons is because the county has actually invested a lot of money in the census. We've invested $6 million in the last 3 years on the census. And in fact, we're adding an additional $1 million between now and the end of September. It is really painful that San Francisco has 10% lower overall participation. Only 60% of San Franciscans have responded. 72% of residents in Santa Clara have responded. And so I really hope that the Board of Supervisors and the mayor put more money into this, because it really takes money to reach out to these communities, especially with COVID. And I know that $1 million in these economic times is a lot of money, but it's actually an investment that is just so worthwhile. You know, for every person that you don't count, that's $20,000 per person that you're going to lose over the next. So I hope the Board of Supervisors makes that a priority, because they only have until September 30th to make that happen. So hopefully this resolution by Member Tung will lead them to make a bigger investment between now and the end of September. So I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you for bringing it forward. Member Tung, you want to add anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you. So can we have a motion to approve? Can we have a motion by Member Ibanez? Motion to approve this, and is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Barry. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. We have Member Kunalakis has abstained. Thank you very much, Member Tung, and the resolution passes. Thank you for bringing this forward. And then the next item is an item that has.
If you don't mind,
Yes.
I've got the final votes.
Okay.
Why not?
Go ahead,
I know,
Madam Secretary.
yeah, I know a few people are staying online. So the school board was as noted. So total minus abstentions, the 50+1 threshold for Board of Education was 16 votes. And the 4 people who got over 16 or more votes for school board were Matt Alexander, Kevin Bogus, Jenny Lamb, and Mark Sanchez. So congratulations to the 4 of them. They received the DCCC endorsement. For City College, it's the same 50+1 threshold. There are 33 total members, minus the absence of Member Williams and minus the 2 abstentions from member Spear and member Kounalakis. The threshold is 16. So you need to get 16 or more to receive the endorsements. And the final 4 are Tom Temprano with 25 votes, member Chanel Williams with 28 votes, Alan Wong with 27 votes, and Han Zhou with 16 votes. So congratulations to those 4. You have received the DCCC endorsement.
Thank you very much. And I just want to commend our secretary for navigating a very tumultuous process and for doing it so well. Greatly appreciate that. And congratulations to the 4 candidates for Board of Education and the 4 candidates for for the City College Board of Trustees. Again, happy to report that it's for Board of Education is Matt Alexander, Kevin Bogus, Jenny Lamb, Mark Sanchez, and for City College, Tom Temprano, Chanel Williams, Alan Wong, and Han Zhou. Congratulations. We'll now move on to item 10, which is resolution in support of the United States Postal Service workers and a fair November 2020 election. Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Campos. First, I'd like to mention a number of folks I've been talking with asked to join on as co-sponsors after the last agenda was published for this and the following resolutions. You have to do it verbally, apparently, at the meeting. So please announce it when it's called. I won't be able to do that. For some of you who know me know that my father was a career postal worker and a member of the Postal Workers Union. And those who've been following the news have seen the complete dismantling of the United States Postal Service by the current presidential administration. It's incredibly disheartening to see that it's being done primarily for political purposes to undermine our entire democratic system. And so I worked in partnership with Speaker Pelosi's team and member Galata in crafting this resolution because we wanted to stand as a bulwark against the sort of attack that we're seeing all across this country, both against the postal system, the democratic system that we have in place, and additionally the workers of the United States Postal Service who are being antagonized all around the country and right here in San Francisco by this administration. So with that, I want to hand it off to Speaker Pelosi's team to say a few words because they were heavily involved in crafting this.
Yeah, sorry, I have my video off because my signal is not too great right now, but hopefully everyone can hear me. I do want to say it's been great working with Member Thomas and some other folks on this resolution. The speaker has been heavily involved in not just getting the funding, but also working with other members of Congress in terms of the oversight with what's been going on with the Postal Service. We started hearing things, well, her office started hearing things a few weeks ago with mailboxes that were sort of vanishing from postal drop boxes that were vanishing from neighborhoods, from intersections, medications not being delivered on time. She did an event with Supervisor Walton last week at a post office in the Bayview for a very good reason, because a lot of the constituents for that zip code did not get mail for several weeks at a time out in the Bayview. So another issue that was worked on with her office. So there was a letter sent in to the Postmaster Smith, the San Francisco Postmaster, last Friday by her office, requesting the specific location of every Dropbox in San Francisco in the 12th district that's been removed. And I think that they have told the office they'll be responding by the end of this week with that information, and they have already started replacing some of the Dropboxes that were removed over the last 2 weeks. So thank you for this resolution. It's definitely needed, and I know the office was very happy to see you bring this forward. Thanks.
Thank you. And my co-author on this was also member Peter Galata, who drafted substantial portions. We actually worked together to combine 2 resolutions. I want to defer to him as well to speak on this.
Thank you, Member Thomas. Thanks for bringing this forward. Thanks for the partnership on this. I think great minds think alike in terms of wanting party to really take a strong position. I want to thank Speaker Pelosi and the House Democrats for really being united on this and really taking the Postmaster General to task. This is real and it's happening right here in San Francisco. The post box 2 blocks from me was removed overnight at Post and Larkin here in the Tenderloin. So this is happening in San Francisco. And so I feel strongly as a Democratic Party, we need to have responsibility, I think, to the voters right now. And this is the language that I had asked Member Thomas to add to the resolution, which is to say, what can we do as a local party to get the word out to voters, to not only Democrats, but every registered voter in the city, to say, you know, that it's safe to vote by mail, that how they can vote by mail, and that it's secure, and that we need to do that education and we need to do that outreach so that people know that they can vote. We need people to vote. It is so critically important. And so I'd love to see the party, when we think about, you know, our slate card, when we think about our outreach, really emphasizing the importance, obviously, of people voting in this election, but also how to vote and how to make sure that their vote gets counted in this election. And I think, you know, California is leading the way by requiring counties to mail ballots to every registered voter. So we need to also make sure people know that they're going to get a ballot in the mail, and also that ballots are going to be counted up to 17 days after the election here in California because of the delays to mail. So we have a responsibility, I think, to help just amplify the message out as much as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Member Thomas and Galata, for bringing this forward. And I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. So on the resolution, if we can have a motion to approve. Motion by Member Baraka, second by Member Duffy. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
No opposed. Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Kudunalakas and anyone else?
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman, the Senator Wiener would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
okay. Senator Wiener would like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you very much. The motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you again, Member Thomas, for bringing that forward. And the next item, yes. The next item is also an item brought forward by Member Thomas, which is a resolution in support of San Francisco's frontline public service workers and calling on the Board of Supervisors to pass a budget for all. Member Thomas, we heard from the Labor Council from Kim Tavaglione earlier. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Campos. And members, you know, I bring this to the body to discuss today and to vote on because it is timely. The Board of Supervisors is currently working on the budget. Many of us have celebrated our frontline service workers, banging pots on our decks at 8 p.m. at night and honoring them as heroes. Right now, while the city acknowledges that there have been revenue shortfalls as a result of COVID-19 and the resulting lack of revenue for the city does have over $1 billion between its reserve and rainy day funds. And this resolution calls on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors and the mayor to utilize these reserves to ensure that there are no cuts in services, no furloughs or layoffs to city workers. For us to stand by these workers. These rainy day funds have been built over the last years by socking away money that could have gone to city workers and instead was put away into these funds for a rainy day. And if this isn't a rainy day, then when is one? So I encourage all of the members of this body to vote for this. We want to see a collaborative process between the mayor and the Board of Supervisors to bring about a budget for all.
Colleagues, any other comments? I simply want to note that I think that the 3 resolutions that deal with workers and labor are really critical, and that the San Francisco Democratic Party needs to go on record in support of working people in San Francisco. And one thing that we haven't seen as much from the administration and City Hall, unfortunately, is the push for more revenue, especially taxing, you know, wealthier folks who could afford to pay more. And if we're not going to do that, we should definitely use the rainy day fund because it is as rainy a day as ever. So on that, if we can have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Motion by
Second.
Ibanez. Is there a second by Barry? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Cohen
Any,
abstain.
any abstentions?
Cohen
Abstain.
Abstain.
Cohen,
Chu
Cohen,
abstains.
Ting, Tung,
Senator
Feinstein,
Weiner.
and
Weiner.
Weiner,
And Chu.
and Kunalakis,
Spear abstain.
and Spear as well.
Chu abstains.
Just
Two
out of
abstain.
respect for the budget process of the board, but
Right.
Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Second.
Thank you again.
The abstentions. So it's Cohen, Kunalakis, Tung, Feinstein, Weiner, Spear, and Chu. If you are another abstention, can you just make sure I write it in the chat so I catch it? Thank you.
Thank you again. The motion passes. The resolution is approved. Thank you, Member Thomas. And then the last item is a resolution that also has been brought forward by Member Thomas in support of justice for San Francisco Giants ballpark workers. Member Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unite Here Local 2 represents most of the workers at the park. As of the last time I checked in with them, they have had a 95% unemployment rate over the last 5 months. It is impossibly difficult for these families and communities, majority of which are people of color, that have an enhanced exposure to COVID-19 and the secondary effects that come from that exposure to your family or to your income and livelihood. Recently, the Unite Here Local 2 workers at Oracle Park were notified that they were being suspended without pay, their employment without pay. They are employed via a subcontractor to the Giants, and the Giants have refused to sit down at the table and meet with these workers to have a discussion, claiming that because they weren't their direct employees that they didn't have an obligation to sit there. There's been no public statement by the Giants addressing this, but these workers are incredibly impacted by this injustice, and the Giants are stakeholders in this city. They have an ethical obligation and responsibility to these workers, some of which have worked for decades building the wealth of these owners that have thrived during this time. And when we look at how the Giants have thrived over the last few decades and even going forward with the land use deals that they are engaged with, the current recession is a speed bump or a stoplight in that wealth generation that we see over the next 15, 20 years. But these workers are devastated by having all of their income taken away at really one of the worst times you could have this happen to them. So the Giants, this resolution condemns the Giants for not engaging with these workers, for not doing their part as a community stakeholder in the city county of San Francisco. And I ask for your support.
Any other comments?
I would just say thank you, Member
Member
Thomas.
Loftus.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's late, Member Thomas. I appreciate it. I think the resolution uses the word condemn, but doesn't actually. I had heard the same thing, that was a subcontractor. So the issue, I'm going to abstain just because I would like for it to say that we're urging the Giants to sit down with them and try to figure out a solution. But I think because it's not clear that it's a subcontractor and some of those details about what we're actually urging them to do, I'm going to abstain because I wish this was urging them to sit down and find a resolution to get those folks back to work.
Thank you very much, Member Ting.
I just second Member Loftus's comments. We're going to abstain.
Thank you. Any other comments? So seeing no other comments, if we can have a motion on the resolution.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ibanez and second by Dufty. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Senator Weiner.
Abstention, Member Tung.
Loftus.
Tung,
Yes.
Weiner,
Abstention.
Member Loftus,
Member Ma.
Member Ma, Member Feinstein,
Cohen.
and Member Cohen.
And Ting.
Ting as well.
Senator Weiner.
Senator Weiner.
Thank you.
Kunalakis.
Again, it's all, I agree
Speaker
with.
Pelosi as
Thank
well.
you.
So just
Kunalakis.
with
the
Susan's
abstentions,
comment.
it was Tung, Loftus, Weiner, Kunalakis, Ma, Feinstein, Cohen, Ting. If there are additional abstentions, if you can say them now or just type in chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice, for your hard work.
Stop
Great.
interrupting people, Matthew.
Thank you. We will now move on to item number 13, which is new business. Any announcements? I know, Peter, maybe you want to just repeat what folks can do with respect to Vote Blue SF.
If I haven't already been a broken record on this, but yeah, I think everybody check out votebluesf.org. That is our landing page, our one-stop shop. Get familiar, share it. And actually, if something you could do tonight, tweet, or tomorrow morning, tweet, share out on social media about Vote Blue SF, like the Vote Blue SF page on Facebook. We're posting stuff out every day. Just help us kind of get the word out through your networks and channels. We're sending out a weekly newsletter as well for all of our Vote Blue SF volunteers, and I'll make sure all the members get added to that newsletter so you get those weekly updates and also can share it with your network. So I'll follow up via email.
And then the other thing that you can do is that you can sign up for 2020 and help us with the federal funds. Member Kim, did you have an announcement? No. Okay. Anyone else? Any announcements?
David, did you mention the Slate Car Committee? Did I miss that?
Yeah.
Yes, you missed it. The Slate Car Committee is composed of Peter Galata, who is chairing it, Matthew Rothschild, Fauga Moliga, AJ Thomas, and Carolina Morales.
Wonderful. I apologize. I must have missed it. I'm here. Let me know how I can help, Peter.
I think you were interrupting people, and so you couldn't hear.
Okay. I apologize to everybody.
Co-sign that.
We all get, animated, but Janice, you did a superb job this evening.
Some more than others. Member Loftus.
Can we have a round of applause for our recording secretary for her pivoting? And
Yay! Yes, go Janice.
Pull us out, Janice. You pulled us out. Thank you.
Yeah. Member Barry wanted to talk also, Chair Campos.
Member Barry.
I just would like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting in honor of Wade Woods. A lot of people been around this town know Wade Woods for a long time. That's how I actually met Chair Campos, how I met Member Avalos, and a whole lot of other folks. And I actually met Wade Woods through the census. And since the census was a theme tonight, he was a big part of 2010. Through him, I got to meet with every African-American CBO in San Francisco, several in the East Bay and the South Bay. And he also ran to be on this body as a member of the DCCC, and he passed last year. So I would like to make that motion.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And, Wade Woods was part of the slate that ran 4 years ago, and he actually got a lot of votes and almost got elected. What an amazing human being and a San Francisco institution and character in every sense of the word. Member Thomas.
I just want to second Member Barry's motion. I didn't know Wade Woods Speedy was even involved in politics when I met him. He was a coworker of my first day on the job, took me out to lunch, and was just a great human being. And then I'd meet him in the neighborhood in the Fillmore, and it was only later that I learned that he was even involved in politics, because he was such a great mentor. Just in the short time I knew him, I was so inspired, and he kind of motivated me and connected me to the people in the neighborhood. So I absolutely second that. He's a tremendous force in San Francisco. Speedy.
Member Ting.
We can ask
the most used sentence, I think someone said in the comments of 2020. So I'm sorry, I had my hand raised earlier, and so I'm sorry that the adjourned memory happened before, but I do want to add on. I mean, I didn't get to meet Wade. I don't know why our paths never crossed, but I mean, everybody who I knew who knew him always spoke so highly of him, and what a rock he was in the community and how he put in the work for just years and years and years. So I want to just send comments as much as I can, but I also just want to really quickly, I've mentioned the chat to thank Member Lee, Members Barry and Ibanez and everyone else for the endorsements, and to just quickly apologize if I had a bit of an emotional reaction to the first voting. I appreciate sending out the old spreadsheet from 2018. My memory was wrong. So yeah, I just want to apologize for any overheatedness I may have had.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to say anything?
Chair Campos? If we
Yes,
could-
Member Tung.
If we could also adjourn in the memory of Jace Young, who was a 6-year-old who was shot in the Bayview and murdered over 4th of July weekend. It was a tragic and senseless taking of a young, beautiful life. And I'd also like to inform the membership here that the SFPD has offered a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification of his killers. And so, but I'd like to adjourn in his memory.
Thank you very much. Thank you for doing that as well. Very tragic loss. Thank you for doing that. Any other comments, colleagues? I would simply note that as those of you who were watching our interesting meeting tonight, you can see that, we are Democrats and we are passionate, and sometimes we disagree, and perhaps, not as, a little chaotic at times. But hopefully what you saw is a pretty nice contrast to the show that the Republicans were putting on somewhere else in the country, because the things that we were debating are things that are actually really impactful to the lives of working people. And I think that the passion and the spirit that you saw is because we have a lot of energy and we have a very engaged Democratic Party. And I think that engagement is good, that passion is good. And even if there's disagreement and Matthew interrupts, we're all trying to get to a great outcome in November. And we may disagree, but we're going to come together and we have 68 days to do a lot of work. So thank you all. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you again to our incredible secretary, Janice Lee. Thank you to our executive director and to our incredible interns, and to our slate committee. Thank you for the work that you're going to do in the next few days so that we have the most amazing kick-ass program that the San Francisco Party has ever had, so that we can keep control of the House, flip the Senate, and elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in November. Thank you, San Francisco Democrats. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.